America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and we will begin our meeting right on the button at 9 o'clock. We thank you all for being here this morning as well. We will begin with two presentations this morning, and then we have some proclamations following that. And you may have some, if there's some seats down front, if you want to find a seat, and there's some over here on the side as well, on your right side. All right, the first is the State of the Utility, and this will be given to us by Bill Anderson, our Director of Water Utilities, and it's great to see you here this morning, sir.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for having me and allowing me to present to you today. As you know, as I begin my last week before heading off into the proverbial sunset of retirement, I did want to leave you with kind of the state of the utility, if you will. I'm going to talk just briefly about some facts and figures, some of the partnerships that we have, and then some of the challenges we're facing as well. So to begin, I'm going to start on the water side. The map you see with the blue outline, that is the water service territory, and the pink shaded area is the City of Lakeland city limits. So the water service territory is approximately 132 square miles. We have 19 production wells from which we draw water from the Upper Florida Aquifer. Our two water plants, of course, in Northeast Lakeland, the Cumbie plant, and in Northwest Lakeland, the Williams plant. Almost 9 miles of what we call raw water pipeline, and that's basically the pipeline leading from those wells, getting that raw water to the water treatment plants. And then over 1,000 miles of service pipeline to get that water out to our customer. Back in for FY22, we pumped just over 23 million gallons a day on an average daily basis. For our customers, what we call our metered connections, we have just over 60,000 connections, and those are broken up by residential, industrial, and commercial, and then recreational and aesthetic as well, and those numbers are shown on your slide. The water production and water distribution crews make up that water utility, that side of the house, if you will. We have 101 full-time team members, and that generates the water utility generates over $39 million annually in revenue. I'm really pleased to announce as well that just a couple months ago, we received from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection their 2022 Drinking Water Plant Operations Excellence Award. And this really recognized the water plants, both of them, the operation, maintenance, and compliance. So we're really pleased and proud of those people that work at those plants. They're there 24/7, 365 days a week. They're working holidays, they're working through storms, and continue to deliver really good water to our customers. So again, we're really proud of them, and they won that award this past year. On the wastewater side, very similar. The green outline is the wastewater service territory. That's almost double the City of Lakeland city limits at 149 square miles. Our two wastewater plants, of course, in the southeast Lakeland on Glendale Street, and northeast Lakeland, what we refer to as Northside Wastewater Plant. And we have one, what we call a waste load reduction facility out in West Lakeland, and of course 7 wetlands. You see the miles of gravity, sewer, and force main there, 331 and 141 miles respectively, and 182 pump stations currently. Our wastewater utility is made up of the wastewater treatment, our collections group, our wastewater lab, which is a certified lab, and 7 wetlands, 102 team members there, and very similar to the water side, over $39 million annual revenue there. I want to talk a little bit about the partnerships that we currently have as well. We host students from University of South Florida. They are currently conducting 2 research projects at 7 wetlands. We partner with both the Florida Children's Museum and Bonnet Springs Park for water education and conservation programming. We're currently hosting 2 interns from Florida Southern College, one at our wastewater lab and one at 7 wetlands. We also participated in a partnership with Lakeland Magic with a customer engagement and education program. And then a lot of people don't know this. We also partner with the Tampa Bay Estuary Program, and that acronym down below that, Tampa Bay Nitrogen Management Consortium. That's a mouthful, but we are a member of that, and this all goes toward the health of Tampa Bay itself. The map you see on your screen is the greater Tampa Bay watershed, and let's see. Right here is the Alafaya River, where that comes into Hillsborough Bay. Our discharge out of 7 wetlands, a portion of that goes to the Alafaya River, which ultimately feeds over into Tampa Bay. The Tampa Bay Estuary Program, one of the things they utilize to determine the health of the bay, if you will, it's kind of that canary in the coal mine analogy, is the amount of seagrasses that they monitor in the bay. As you can see on the slide, back in the 1950s, you see what those populations of seagrass were. Over the years, with increasing population and, for lack of a better term, pollution or excess nitrogen going into the bay, those seagrasses declined dramatically. Since 1988, though, it's been on a recovery path, and as you can see, we're almost or right up there with 1950s historical levels for seagrasses. And again, part of that is the nitrogen contributions to the bay. As you can see here, even though the population continues to increase in that greater Tampa Bay area, those nitrogen levels decline. And we're a part of that. And that's something I'm really, really proud of. So we are truly a regional utility. We have regional impacts. And again, we're helping with the health of Tampa Bay. So I'm going to move on to some of the challenges now that we're seeing, and we foresee potential challenges in the future. You're very well versed with some of the wastewater capacity limitations that we have. You hear about aging infrastructure that is certainly impacting us as well. Inflationary pressures that we're all feeling over the past couple years. The regulatory environment, and we're still seeing supply chain issues on some of the pieces and parts that we're trying to get. And I hear from our crews anywhere from 6 months to 12-month delay on getting, maybe a part for a meter or a section of pipe or something like that. So these are challenges we're dealing with. This graphic kind of indicates this is the age of our gravity sewer system. As I said earlier, about 331 miles. Over 44% of that system is over 50 years old. The life cycle or lifespan of some of those pipes usually is at 50. So again, 44% of that is beyond its useful life. So we actively are working to rehabilitate or replace those miles of pipe as best we can with the limitations that we have. Inflationary pressures, both of these graphics show what those cost increases on some of the parts we use in our distribution system, as well as some of the chemicals that we use in the treatment processes. Again, dramatic increases on some of these. The regulatory environment that we are part of, that's constantly evolving and changes as new information becomes available. A couple of years ago, the federal EPA put out a lead and copper rule, and so we're in the midst of complying with that. You've heard of PFAS, and I always butcher this. I'll try my best here, but that's polyfluoroalkyl substances. And basically what that is, there's, last I knew, there was about 400 different chemical compounds that make up PFAS. And these are very ubiquitous in manufacturing processes of many, many consumer products. And so the EPA is looking very closely at this. And there could be potential future regulations coming down from the federal government on limitations on those. And of course, we here more locally, we deal with the Central Florida Water Initiative with resource limitation, perhaps cutting back our current allocation out of the Upper Floridan aquifer. And so you take all those challenges that we're dealing with right now and potentially dealing with in the future, combine that with the incredible growth that we're seeing here in Lakeland, which we all know about. And it's almost the perfect storm. Now, it's not all doom and gloom, though.
Need that slide.
I'm sorry?
I said we need that slide.
Yeah, there is recovery ahead from the water utilities perspective. I really believe we are laying down the foundation and have laid down the foundation for the long-term water supply with PRWC, the Polk Regional Water Cooperative. And then, of course, you're familiar with the wastewater master planning that we're going through. That effort should be done this summer, again, with the very highly complex and technical hydraulic model that we use for that. The best part of this is your water utility management team. These are dedicated professionals. They are up to that challenge to meet those future challenges. I really believe that. And one thing, when I was looking at this late last week, that really stuck out to me, they're all smiling. They love their job. They really do. This is a great team. And as I step away, I'm very, very confident that they can take this utility in the future. So with that, that's my presentation. I stand for any questions. And Mr. Mayor, if I may have a moment after that.
After that, we will give you that moment, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So, Commissioners, any comments? Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Bill. And two things. One, thank you for your service to the city and your leadership, and having watched you not only guide our water utility, but also the Polk Regional Water Cooperative and the many discussions and issues to make progress with that group. And I think you've done an excellent job. And so we will miss you. As I said, over the weekend at Sun and Fun, if there's any way we can convince you to stay on for a few more weeks, you would take it.
It's not convincing me, it's convincing my wife.
And then as you talk about the scope of the water utility, what's something that you wish more of our residents knew about Lakeland's water utility?
I always go back to the people. The staff, we have over 230 water utility team members. This really comes to the forefront during hurricanes, during storms. Unfortunately, we do have those events. They are so passionate about what they do. And like that slide I showed you, the management team, they're all smiling. That really stood out to me. They truly do, I believe, love their job. They're passionate about it, from the, those water and wastewater plant operators that are there 24/7 during hurricanes, to the field crews that respond anytime, day or night, if there's a water leak or a wastewater overflow, whatever the case may be. That's what stands out to me. I'm sorry, I'm so proud of them. They're terrific.
Awesome, thank you.
And they maintain incredible quality. And you see how water impacts a community negatively when that is not the case, when we think of some other cities. And we have a state that works diligently to do that, and SwiftMud to help in that process. So the synergy of all those things. Commissioner Reed.
Thank you. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning, sir.
I won't be too tough on you today.
You promised.
We have a full house today. Would you mind going ahead and giving them a little overview of the amount of expenses that we have forthcoming to get our water system in place? Like a piece get the water administrative place and
Talking about
yes,
PRWCs.
right.
PRWC.
Yeah, different projects we have coming up and the massive amount of money it's going to cost.
Yes, so overall and I'm going off memory here, forgive me, overall for the total amount of the projects that the PRWC is working on, it's over $600 million for really two major projects, and these are deep well. And when I say deep, and Cindy Rodriguez with the district is here, I believe those are like 4,000 feet deep, going what we call the lower Floridan aquifer. And numerous wells to get that water up and get treated and then distributed to all the customers here in Polk County. This is truly a cooperative effort amongst all the utilities. The Water Management District have all come together to make this happen. For Lakeland itself, and our proportional share after the very generous co-funding from the Water Management District, which is almost 50%, Lakeland's proportionate share alone is in the $93 to $95 million range. But the flip side of that is that really does secure the long-term water needs for this community for, at the very least, 20 years, what I'm seeing, and I really do believe it's going to be much more than that.
Thank you.
Other commissioner comments? Commissioner McCarley.
So I'm a big fan of Bill Anderson. I think you've worked so diligently and built a great team, and that team is, I'm glad you highlighted your management team, but everyone in water and wastewater just does an amazing job. And for the public, one of our constituents off Beacon Road had an issue, and our team just could not have been complimented more. And it was kind of a treacherous fix on a lot of different levels to step in. And Bill, I think, was on vacation maybe, or somebody was out of the office, but they hopped on it really quick. So we do get, in addition to all of the commentary that we get from our residents and providing good service, I feel like your team does, I feel like all of our teams at City of Lakeland are very responsive to residents and do a great job. But just having that one look into that recently here in the last several months, and it was a big project that had to be handled. So kudos to you and your team for that. And then going back to the public at large and Commissioner Reed's statement on the amount of money for the Polk Regional Water Cooperative, water is obviously a resource that we can't regenerate and we can't create from scratch ourselves. We have to be so cautious with it and careful with it. So these numbers are really, really big, but it's an effort to protect not only our city drinking water, but our community at large. And it's a Herculean effort really to work together with SwiftMud and make sure that we're providing that resource to all of our constituents, and that we are also providing for, our Gulf, and making sure that it's clean, and making sure that we have mechanisms in place that we're helping and not hindering the environment. So I think you all do that really well. This was a great presentation to end, and I'm Commissioner McLeod. I'm happy to call your wife and lobby her to keep you a little bit longer, but just kudos to you and your team. You guys do a great job, and thank you for sharing all of this today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Agree 100%. Other comments? Commissioner Madden.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Bill. So I just wanted to comment also on, as you are exiting, and I know your team's going to do a great job, but you mentioned the collaboration with the PRWC, and I know when I was new to that 6 years ago, I kept thinking, oh my gosh, this is going to be just huge, exorbitant cost for our community, but how much more it would be if we were on our own, and how much more it would be if we weren't partnering to get grant funds and things like that. So since being in the seat, we've celebrated Gene Conrad at the airport and building the airport with getting FAA grants and being strategic about it. I'm kind of, just creating that picture in my mind, because I'm thinking about the costs, going forward with getting our water up to par so that developers can build and we can, not burden our ratepayers, who are already going to be burdened, with this PRWC expenditure, but also with the growth, the radical growth that we're experiencing, but also so that we can grow and that we can replace these 50-year-old pipes. So, for us, I know we got ARPA funds, right? And, we would love to give those funds to nonprofits, or we'd love to do a lot of things with those, but we made a strategic investment into that. So I'd like you to highlight that ARPA fund. Only because I feel like it's going to be really incumbent upon us to look at grants in the future for all of our infrastructure. I know that there's money coming from the federal government that is supposed to be historic investments in infrastructure, and so I just always, any chance I can, to remind people that it's either us and our taxpayers paying for all of this, or it's us trying to leverage the dollars that we spend and get those state and federal dollars as well. So if you could just speak to the ARPA funds as just one example, and then I'm hoping that spurs the other folks that you are leading, that will be at the helm of the water and wastewater to continue those efforts. I know they're arduous and painstaking to go after the grants, but I think that they're well worth it.
So for the public, those ARPA funds that the city was allocated, as you know, we The utility out of that, I think it was $22 million. The utility was afforded through your generosity, 18.9, I think it was, of that, specifically to be applied to a particular project where we are seeing limitations in that wastewater capacity, one of those challenges that I mentioned. And so that, because we received that grant, that project needs to be done. And so that grant really does offset any rate impacts to all of our customers, all of our ratepayers. We're able to use those ARPA funds instead of going, and if I recall, it was like a 1% increase that our ratepayers would see to offset those ARPA funds. So that really does help our ratepayers tremendously. And some of the Infrastructure Act that you mentioned from the federal government, some of those allocations, if you will, I think are being funneled through the state in the form of very low interest loans. So as we address some of those challenges, we're absolutely going to be looking at utilizing those. And again, as you said, do the best we can. I know Deputy City Manager Cologne, City Manager Strauss, we recently hired a grant writer to help us through those processes. So absolutely, we're going to be taking advantage of everything we know to do to minimize the impact to our ratepayers. And if I may also address, you mentioned the extreme cost of the Poca Regional Water Cooperative, the PRWC. I do want to kind of reiterate, I guess, that even though that is a very big number, we're starting to see what those payments, if you will, to PRWC look like on an annual basis going out to 2032. And I think it's important to remember that while those are very high numbers, as we incrementally adjust for that, we're also going to be blending that water with our current allocation to help minimize that as much as possible. So will water get more expensive? Yes, it will. But we're doing everything we can to help minimize that for our ratepayers.
And in addition, we're adding conservation to that, and conservation efforts are a big part of that. So it's what we don't use, and how we can use it differently as part of that. Serving on that PRWC board representing Lakeland, I will tell you, it is really remarkable to me how well the cities within our county are cooperating on this, and how important it is that they do so. And SWCMUD really helped to make that possible by saying either we will fund half of your project if you guys can figure out how to do this and make it cost effective, but if you don't want to do that, you guys can do this locally on your own in your own cities. And so we are the beneficiaries of being able to have that organization take place, the cooperation and the leadership as we go forward. And it's an immense project. And you don't just find water and turn it on. This is an 8-year, 10-year well system that has to be built and the filtration plants built to make this happen. And as we do that, the water probably will integrate the costs of what's being developed along the way, so there won't be this huge, all of a sudden deal. It'll be as we're building the capital along the way within our own water rates. Higher water rates help people save more money, save more water anyway. And so that's, it's just one of the ways that we further that conservation. But without water, everything else stops. So we have to be able to have that, and we're at 35 million gallons a day allocation. We use 24 of it currently. And this will give us an additional 10 million gallons on top of that that will take us out the 25, 30 years. So it's a fascinating process. It's good to have the engineering going on in advance, and we thank you for that. Now, you wanted to make a comment, and you wanted to make a comment. So who goes first?
I'll let Mr. Anderson go first.
All right.
I just would like to take this to thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Commission, for your support over the years and your cooperation. This truly has been a team effort. We couldn't do this without your support. It has been an extreme privilege and honor for me to serve you, to serve our ratepayers in this capacity. I just can't thank you enough. This has truly been a dream career for me. And again, thank you for your support. City Manager Strauss, thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And both you and Deputy City Manager Cologne, thank you for your support as well. I do step away at the end of the week, but it is not easy because of the people, because of Sean's team that he has built. This has been phenomenal. So thank you. It's been a privilege.
Thank you, sir.
Bill, before you step away, just so that I can see you in this large crowd for these comments. We have benefited, Bill, because of your service for 23 years, since 2000, working for the city. The audience and the commission heard this morning a great recap of all of the gains that the city of Lakeland has reached and are in the process of reaching, and much of that has to do with your leadership, Bill. The PRWC, that is the future of our water system, and you were here for the large part of the formation of that. The wastewater capacity, the aging infrastructure, the projects that we have underway now, it really sets the tone for the future of Lakeland and how we will develop. It's a tremendous staff at the water utility, and they're a tremendous staff because of the great public servants they are, but they wouldn't be a tremendous staff without the leadership that they've had from the very top, which is directed right at you, Bill Anderson. Bill is known around here amongst staff as one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. And we give him a lot of jokes for that, but he truly is one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. And we have all learned from you, Bill. It's been a great opportunity to work with you. We will continue your examples for many, many years to come here at the City of Lakeland. And so you deserve this retirement. We hope that you and your wife will enjoy it to the fullest extent because it has been well deserved. So congratulations, Bill, and thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, sir.
And just one final comment, in true Bill Anderson fashion, we could have presented his retirement plaque today, but because of Bill having the love for his team the way that he does, he chose to have that done at his retirement celebration on Thursday with his team members, and so that will happen later in the week, but we look forward to that as well.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. All right, well, thank you for that. We now will move on to beautification awards, and Bill, you've got some big pattern to follow here. But here we celebrate monthly the most important, the most noted commercial and residential properties. And so thank you for joining us.
First up, these are the residential award. This is a house that really fits into today's presentation. It's located at 714 Tropical Way, and the owner is Marlana Alvarez. Most of the grass has been removed from this yard and replaced with attractive ground covers and other low water using shrubbery. So this fits right into the water savings. So is anyone here to receive this award today? I don't think she was able to.
They couldn't find a seat, Bill. So.
I think she may be in the lobby, yes. Anyway, I'll make sure I put a sign in the yard today and also actually get this award to her. So, but anyway, it's a really good example of what we're talking about today, the low water use plants, and that definitely helps on your water bill. I know mine is,
Yes,
the drought and everything is doing it. Yeah, it's terrible right now. So this is a good idea here. It's a beautiful house with a beautiful new roof and everything. So, so next we'll move on to our
commercial.
Commercial award next. And this is a beautiful structure, actually built in 1922. It served as the Southside Baptist Church for decades, then became the St. Joseph Academy in 2017, and then recently it has become the Central City Church, 310 Frank Lloyd Wright Way. And they've done a beautiful job renovating the church, installing brand new landscaping, and they have some of the prettiest St. Augustine grass in the entire community, and that's not easy to do right now, I'll tell you. So I know we're struggling with it at Parks and Rec right now, trying to keep things alive. So well, anyway, is there anyone to receive this award here?
Is there anybody from City Central?
City Central Church?
All right, you got 2 deliveries.
I got 2 deliveries and 2 signed deliveries, so, okay. Well, if anyone would like to nominate someone for a residential or commercial award, just contact me at bill.cohen@lakelandgov.net. So we're definitely looking for people to nominate places around the community they think is beautiful. City beautification is important. Oh, well, thank you. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll move into proclamations, and we do this, for those of you who are not here frequently, to celebrate some of the events and organizations or histories that take place so that we are aware of those unique features and also show the appreciation to those organizations and people who make that happen. And we're going to start, and as well as make us all aware of problems that we need to address. And this first one does just that. This is Child Abuse Prevention Month. April 3rd is when we're making the presentation, obviously, and here to accept that proclamation is Shauna Butler, the Director of Community Relations of Heartland for Children. So, Shauna, if you can come up, I will read this, and then you can make some comments following that. Okay, come right up here so we can do this together. This will be fun, and thank you for the pinwheels. Whereas Florida is committed to improving the lives of all Floridians and securing a better future for the citizens of this state, and whereas children who have adverse childhood experiences, which we call ACEs, and you can have your team come up too. Come on up, everybody. I didn't mean to exclude anyone. Also have a higher risk of short and long-term physical, psychological, and behavioral challenges that can impact the individual child and their greater community. And whereas parents and caregivers who have resources and support are better equipped and were designed to give their children safe and nurturing experiences, and whereas children have better mental health and physical health and academic success when they are raised in a safe, stable, and nurturing environment, and whereas the Florida Department of Children and Families Secretary has provided a vision for holistic services by integrating systems and services, and whereas the state of Florida has established Hope Florida, a pathway to prosperity, which provides a personalized approach to helping families overcome barriers to self-sufficiency through community collaboration. And whereas Floridians can call 850-300-HOPE, that's 850-300-HOPE, to speak with a care navigator for support to develop a plan to achieve economic self-sufficiency, referrals to local partners, and help to identify goals and barriers in their lives. And whereas during the month of April, Prevent Child Abuse Florida, in collaboration with the Governor's Office of Adoption and Child Protection, the Florida Department of Children and Families, and the Ounce of Prevention Fund of Florida, implements pinwheels for my prevention, Pinwheels for Prevention, got it. A statewide coordinated campaign to raise awareness of child abuse prevention efforts by teaching about healthy child development and positive parenting practices, and establishing Circle of Parents peer support groups. And whereas Child Abuse Prevention Month provides everyone a chance to learn how they can play a role in preventing abuse and neglect, including ACEs, and whereas Child Abuse Prevention Month reminds Floridians of all ages that they can proactively and intentionally help children increase positive childhood experiences, which results in those children having happier, healthier childhoods. I, H. William Mutz, City of Lakeland Mayor, on behalf of the entire Lakeland Commission, do hereby proclaim April 2023 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in the City of Lakeland, Florida. And so I give this to you and your comments, Shauna.
Thank you.
Well, I'll let someone else hold the seat.
Mayor Muntz, thank you so much. Thank you all for proclaiming April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. We appreciate the involvement of the City of Lakeland in the Pinwheels Prevention Campaign each year. We are delighted that many cities, schools, and county municipalities are displaying pinwheels, as you see here, a simple pinwheel. Talking about what we can do to strengthen families and keep children safe. Pinwheels for Prevention uses a simple simple child's toy, blue and silver pinwheel, to remind us that happy and healthy childhoods are all children deserve, and remind us that everyone plays a vital role in keeping our children safe. Heartland for Children is the lead community-based care agency under the Department of Children and Families. We're passionate about child safety and strengthening families through services and resources. To give you an understanding of the families we serve, here is some data. The total number of children with open child welfare cases in Polk, Highlands, and Hardee counties as of March 20th, 2023 is 2,085. The number of children removed from homes in the Tri-County area due to abuse and neglect last fiscal year was 656. The number of children removed from homes in the Tri-County area this fiscal year is already 469. Out of that number, the total of traditional foster care homes we have is 191. Out of that number, 180 are in Polk County. As you can see by the number of open child welfare cases, our greatest need is quality foster homes. This fiscal year in 2022, 223 children were adopted in the Circuit 10, and we are on track at least to reach that number again this year, with already 109 children secured forever homes. Please visit our adoption gallery on Heartland for Children website at heartlandforchildren.org for more information. During the month of April, we encourage you to display pinwheels and share the information with others through conversations and social media about child abuse prevention. We ask that you wear the lapel pin,
Which we have up
which
there.
are there,
I haven't put
yes,
mine on yet.
that you've
Okay.
been provided to provide information to help raise awareness. We want the community to understand that together we have a huge positive impact in our children and our county. Also, on April 11th, I'd like to invite you, Mayor Muntz, and the entire City Council out to Lakeland Flying Tigers season opener, which is Pinwheels Prevention, to bring awareness to child abuse prevention within the City of Lakeland. So thank you again for your commitment to children and families for the City of Lakeland.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Come on, come on. How many people have had foster children at some point in time in the history in their families? Look in the room. That's neat to see. And we give them a round of applause. And then
Sure, and I guess that's why I'm coming down here. So my wife, Erin, and I have been foster parents through Heartland since 2018, and what a journey it has been. It's a joy, it's challenging, it's not easy, but we felt a calling to be foster parents, to open up our home. And so I would just encourage anyone who's out there, either in the audience or who's listening, as you hear the numbers, you realize the tremendous need that we have in Lakeland and Polk County for more foster homes. Susan Ripley, who's the director of foster care licensing, regularly will send out emails and say, we have a tremendous need. We have this many children right now who need homes. And so we thank you all for your work, for what you do in the community, to the other foster parents who may be out there. Erin and I say we were kind of the least likely people. We never thought we would be foster parents, and yet here we are in that journey. And so we just thank you for bringing awareness to the need and for the work that you do in the city of Lakeland and beyond.
thank you. Stay up here with for the picture, please. And we all get close to the wide group. All right.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we are going to, thank you, sir. You're right, I need that. Next, we are going to have, and thank you so much for that. I really appreciate your impromptu addition. Community Development Week. Here to accept the proclamation is Mike Smith, Housing Program Manager for the City of Lakeland. And Mike, anybody else you may want to have come up if there's anyone else? All right, because we love teams. So anytime I'm calling anyone up, the team can come. This is such an important area for us as a city, and Mike is doing and his team are doing a terrific job. Let me dive right in. Whereas the Community Development Block Grant, the CDBG that's called, program has operated since 1976 to provide local governments with the resources required to meet the needs of persons of low and moderate income, and whereas in the city of Lakeland and in communities throughout the nation, 49 years of Community Development Block Grant program funding has developed a strong network of relationships between the city, residents, and the nonprofit agencies that provide services and help make possible our commitment to those neighborhoods. And whereas the city recognizes that the Community Development Block Grant Program is a partnership of federal, state, and local government, businesses, nonprofit, and community efforts, and that the services funded by the federal CDBG program administered by the city, delivered by the city and local nonprofit organization, which is why it's complicated, relies on the dedication and goodwill of our combined efforts. And whereas the Community Development Block Grant Program has provided the city with important and flexible assistance to help meet the needs of our low and moderate income residents in funding neighborhood revitalization, housing rehabilitation, public improvements, and social services. And whereas the Home Investment Partnerships, which is the HOME program, HOME, provides funding to local communities to create decent, safe, affordable housing opportunities for low-income persons. Nationally, over 1 million units of affordable housing have been completed using HOME funds. And whereas the local government support and sends a strong message to Congress and the general public of the accomplishments of the CDBG and HOME programs, and it illustrates the important role they play in ensuring viability of our cities. Now therefore, I, H. William Mutz, Mayor of the City of Lakeland, do hereby proclaim April 10th through the 14th as Community Development Week in the City of Lakeland, and on the 49th anniversary of the program's creation. And we encourage citizens to examine the good works brought about by this exceptional urban development program. Mike, your comments?
Thank you. And this is my team. We've got a total of 5. There's 3 of us up here today. But this is a community effort, and we thank the commission for their support, the community, the developers we work with, the nonprofits. And without them, we wouldn't be able to do the things that we're able to do with the funding that we get. And it's very important right now to take advantage of this because there's a shortage of housing, but there's a lot of resources right now to take advantage of. And I think it's a good opportunity for us to continue to improve the city of Lakeland and utilize our funding with our partnerships with the city. We also touch pretty much every department in the city, so we appreciate the support from within the city as well. And Mayor, again, just thank you.
We thank you. This is a complicated herding process of not only those sources of funds, but then to the applicants, the accountability to provide it to the right places. And so they do a terrific job, and it is very arduous. So a picture.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you all for your work. Next, we have Lakeland Realtors Centennial Anniversary. Oh, no, excuse me, back up. I'm not doing that yet. Stand by, we're doing Fair Housing Month. I missed one. Here to accept the proclamation is the Floridia Investment Group in partnership with J. Bryant Construction and Barbara Barnes. So that group comes up first, and then the realtors will have their second shot because that's immediately following. It's not the Florida Investment Group, it's the Floridia Investment Group. I got this. Okay, thank you all as you come up. All right, so if we do, well, the one can hang back. We'll do a picture kind of this way, and then we'll do the wider one. Okay, whereas April 2023 marks the 55th anniversary of the signing of Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act as amended, guaranteeing fair housing opportunities for all Americans, and whereas the provision of fair housing opportunities for all citizens is an essential and continuing goal of the City of Lakeland, and whereas the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development concerned citizens, and the housing industry all work together to realize the dream of fair and affordable housing for all city residents. And whereas the City of Lakeland is grateful for the fair housing provisions for all residents, it also recognizes this is accomplished by forging partnerships with individuals, for-profit and nonprofit organizations, the corporate community, and other mission-minded entities who are human-centric in seeking provisions. And whereas by supporting and promoting fair housing and equal opportunity, we are contributing to the health of our city, our county, our state, and our nation, and we are encouraging others to abide by the letter and spirit of the federal fair housing laws. And now, therefore, I, H. William Mutz, Mayor of the City of Lakeland, on behalf of the entire commission, do hereby proclaim April 2023 as Fair Housing Month in the City of Lakeland. And we call upon all our residents to recognize the benefits of compliance with fair housing laws as an equitable way to guarantee fair housing practices for all our citizens. Comments? Who would like to make them? Sure.
Thank you. First of all, we are humbled to be here. We truly believe Lakeland is not only the best city in the state of Florida, but the best city in the United States. We would not want to be anywhere else, honestly. So it's important to us to do our part and to improve the city. Our companies build houses in the downtown and midtown area, and we noticed a few years ago that it was lacking investment in this area. So we're fortunate to, again, work with the city. The city has helped us very much. And thank you again for having us.
So that's great.
Thank you.
Are we good? We're good. All right. Barbara, can you come over on this other end? And just you on that, on the far end. And then, Jamin, if you can take a picture of this crew right there, just stand right there, you're good.
Okay.
That'd be perfect.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
And thank you all very much. Now, for the rest of us, you're here. It's good. We're all here. It's good. All right, and Barbara, you're staying. All right. She disappeared. I didn't know where she went. This is a very exciting time. So we're going to celebrate Lakeland Realtors Day, and so listen to why it's such. And by the way, most of us wouldn't have homes if we bought our own homes if it weren't for realtors. So we always have to remember how important this particular entity is in our lives. Whereas the city's healthy growth provides residents with a variety of housing options varying in sizes, styles, shapes, pricing, and acreage. And whereas the real estate profession serves as an integral role in matching buying and selling citizens with the available housing opportunities that best match those aspiring citizens' future needs and budgets, because that's the downer sometimes that we have to put in there. And whereas in 2023, Lakeland Realtors celebrates its 100th anniversary of serving home buyers, home sellers, and the greater Lakeland community. And whereas on April 14th, 2023, the National Association of Real Estate Boards approved the membership application of the Lakeland Real Estate Board with a roster of 6 members. Not in April 14th, 2023, but in April 14th, 1923, sorry. Okay, and whereas throughout its history, this organization has maintained a strong bond with local businesses and citizens, helping our city and its citizens thrive. Whereas today, Lakeland Realtors is the largest professional trade association in Lakeland and Polk County, with over 1,400 members who have pledged to abide by the Lakeland Realtors Code of Ethics. And whereas today, Lakeland Realtors continues its essential role as a housing advocate, community builder, and serving as an excellent business neighbor. Now therefore, I, H. William Mutz, Mayor of the City of Lakeland, and with the full support of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim April 14th, 2023 as Lakeland Realtors Day. And Barbara, your comments, or whomever.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you introduce yourself? Because I'm
Yes. My name is Jana Lutz. I'm the president of the Lakeland Association of Realtors this year. And as you mentioned, we're celebrating our 100th anniversary from 6 members, just shy now of 1,500 members. So we're going to be celebrating all year. I'm sure you've seen banners downtown and some fun things that we're doing to give back to the community. One of our favorites is the 100 Acts of Service. So we're doing some things around the community to give back to everybody here. So thank you.
Well, then if you hold that, we will take a picture. And then we'll do a round of applause.
3, 2, 1. Mayor Mutz,
Yes, sir.
I would like to add that I am a member of the LAR Realtors Association, so it's a great organization.
All right, good job. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Appreciate that. All right, next we are bringing up the Volunteer Appreciation Week, and here to accept the proclamation is Cindy Sharp, Community Services, the whole team back there. Come on down. And Susie Avalis, I always do this. Avias, is it? Say it for me, Susan. Avila, just Avila. Avilas, that's my bad. And she's such a rock star, so that messing up her name is really a bad thing to do. Michelle Brown, Angela Ellis, and Gwen Stanislavski, civilian crime prevention practitioners, Captain Edward Kane, I don't see him. He couldn't make it, but he's still tall. Lieutenant Joe Parker, and Assistant Chief of Police Marvin Tarver, and Chief of Police Sam Taylor, who couldn't make it as well. But these all represent the Lakeland Police Department, and you might wonder, why are they up here for Volunteer Appreciation Week? Because these are masters of the people who help get people involved in being aware of our police department, knowing it better, and utilizing volunteers throughout the city to be able to help along the way. Come on up. So whereas during the week of April 16th to 22nd, 2023, all over the nation, service projects will be performed and volunteers will be recognized for their commitment to service, and whereas our entire community can affect positive change with any volunteer action, no matter how big or small. That's even picking up a little piece of trash, along the way. Whereas millions of volunteers working in their communities utilize their time and talent daily to make a difference in the lives of children, adults, and the elderly. And whereas the giving of oneself in service to another empowers both the giver and the recipient, and whereas experience teaches us that government by itself cannot solve all our nation's social problems. There should have been some amens in that one, okay? And whereas the volunteers of the City of Lakeland provide vital services to our community by providing victims assistance to those affected by crime, serving on municipal boards and committees, beautifying our neighborhoods and parks, and supporting a multitude of city departments throughout the year. And whereas volunteers are vital to our future as a caring and productive nature, now therefore I, H. William Mutz, Mayor of the City of Lakeland, do hereby proclaim April 16th through 22nd as Volunteer Appreciation Week in the City of Lakeland, and extend my deepest gratitude to those who have answered the call to action, as well as issue a challenge to the people of our community to improve both their own lives and the lives of others. Who would like to be the spokesperson?
Thank you, Mayor.
We ranked that right up, didn't we?
Well, just want to thank everyone for being here today, and just appreciative for this proclamation. As you look up here, you see a uniformed officer. Our police department, we're charged with the responsibility to protect the sanctity of this city. And as you continue to look, you see, our civilian personnel, our community services officers who bring crime prevention awareness to our citizens. We do all we can do to make sure our citizens of Lakeland do not become victims of crime. And then we also have our victim advocates here that if, someone does become a victim of a crime, this unit has been developed to help victims, find the resources they need to overcome their victimization. And so we couldn't do all of that and the things we do at the Lakeland Police Department without our volunteers. They volunteer, they participate in so many of the programs that we've offered over the years. They dedicate their time, they dedicate their resources, they dedicate their abilities, and we just appreciate all that they have done for the Lakeland Police Department. And as the mayor said, government can't do it by themselves. Everyone needs to work together in order to make this city what we want it to be. So thank you again. And I appreciate all the volunteers that work with Lakeland Police Department and everyone that's here today. And thank the City Commission and Mayor for this proclamation.
We are so grateful for you and for the mentoring that's provided and along the way and all the conversations that take place. This is how you make community policing effective. This is how you make a community recognize its opportunities, and it's how we build a community that honors everyone. So we are really appreciative of having this moment. So coming in closely together. All right. And thank you all. Yeah, I will. That's the better part. Okay. Last is, and I know that Cindy Rodriguez is grateful for this to come, but we are going to celebrate Water Conservation Month, which is in April. This is a national celebration, by the way. Here to accept the proclamation is Cindy Rodriguez of Southwest Water Management District, Government Affairs Regional Senior Manager, Brittany Thornton, Water Conservation Specialist for the City of Lakeland. So let me read as I do this last proclamation. Whereas water is a critically fundamental and essential need of every living creature, and whereas the state of Florida, water management districts, and the city of Lakeland work together to increase awareness about the importance of water conservation, as Bill did in his final address this morning to us in the commission, and whereas the city of Lakeland and the state of Florida have designated April, typically a dry month when water demands are the most acute, Federal Water Conservation Month to educate citizens about how they can help save Florida's precious water resources. And whereas the City of Lakeland has consistently encouraged and supported water conservation efforts through various educational programs, special events, and savings incentives, and whereas every business, industry, school, and citizen can make a difference in conserving water by saving water and thus promoting a healthy economy and community, and whereas individually, every business, industry, school, and citizen can help by saving water and thus promoting a healthier economy and community, whereas leak prevention is commonly the first step in effectively conserving water, the City of Lakeland encourages citizens and businesses to focus on fixing any identifiable leaks. Now therefore, I, H. William Mudd, City of Lakeland Mayor, and on behalf of the entire commission, do hereby proclaim April 2023 as Water Conservation Month in the City of Lakeland. And I'll hand this to you, Cindy, to hold, and then any comments you would like to make.
Yes. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commission. Obviously, you guys find the importance of water just as much as we do at the water utility. As Bill and everyone referenced earlier, we have a tremendous need for water, and we're going to continue to need that water. We're doing everything we can to help keep that supply available and, you know, the quality and whatnot, but we need you guys to help as well with conservation. In order to keep that water as cheap as possible, the more you can save, the longer we can deter that expensive water. So anything as far as, you know, checking for leaks, the toilet itself can actually use almost 4,000 gallons a month. And typically those are silent leaks that you don't even know are happening. And it's very easy. You can just take a couple drops of food coloring in the toilet tank and give it 5 minutes or so. If you see color in the bowl, then you know you have a leak. And that's usually a simple fix. Also, outdoors is where a lot of our water use goes, unfortunately, especially times right now where it's the driest. 50% of water usage can actually happen outside. So check your timers. You know, if you have a timer, make sure that it's set correctly. Check your rain sensor, make sure it's working efficiently. And then also, again, check for leaks. A lot of leaks happen outside, and that's a lot of water that can be wasted. So those are the things that I want you guys to work on while we continue to provide as much as we can. So off to Cindy.
Great tips.
Thank you.
I just have a few fun facts because she covered the what you can do to help piece of it. I think it's interesting that on average, a person in the United States uses up to 150 gallons of water per day, and no other country in the world even comes close to that. So we're huge water consumers. Now, the City of Lakeland's doing a lot better than that. The average use here is about 123 gallons per day, and that was in 2021. I think it's probably already gone down from that. Bill's signaling that that's the case, and it will continue to go down because the Water Management District is so honored and privileged to partner with the city on conservation efforts and awareness like this proclamation brings today to the need to conserve water. Just out of curiosity, how many of you had a cup of coffee this morning? Okay. It took 55 gallons of water to create that 1 cup of coffee. Now, granted, most of it went into the growing of the coffee beans, but I think it points out the fact that we use and rely on water in ways that we don't even think about. In fact, if you had milk in that coffee, the cow had to drink 4 gallons of water just to make a gallon of milk. So those are things to think about as you're brushing your teeth or just doing those everyday things. I loved your leaky toilet analogy. How many of you have seen your grandchildren just be fascinated by flushing the toilet over and over and over again? I think that leak that she just talked about is the equivalent of flushing that toilet for no reason about 50 times in a row. So we just need to be more aware of it and all work together to conserve as we move forward. And we thank you so much for bringing awareness.
And we thank you for your leadership and work in this regard. All right. We're sliding over.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Wonderful. Keep it up. Well, thank you all for bearing with us as we went through those proclamations, which you can see each has a distinct value, and we are grateful for them. So that really brings us more to the business at hand, and we will begin by having a committee report on the Finance Committee Chairman, Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you, Mayor. And after the fun water facts, we'll go to the Finance Committee reports from Friday. So bear with me, everyone. The report is a bit technical in places. The Finance Committee met Friday, March 31st. Commissioner McLeod, Mayor Mutz, Commissioner Music were present, along with Commissioner Madden, the auditor, John Weber of Crow, and staff. The meeting was called to order at 8:15 a.m. Mr. Weber gave a brief presentation, a copy of which is on file in the agenda packet. He reviewed the fund financial statement overview for the general fund, electric, water, and wastewater. He then reviewed the following audit results. Audit report on the annual comprehensive financial report, Lakeland Community Redevelopment Agency, Lakeland Electric, and Employees Pension and Retirement System. The results for that report included unmodified opinions, reference to other auditors. Internal control and compliance report, governmental auditing standards, no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies, or non-compliance reported. Single audit report, federal and state, unmodified opinion, no material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, or questioned cost. Management letter, no comments reported. Commissioner McLeod asked for any questions. The commission and committee then discussed the following. The city earned a clean audit because all departments are adhering to the rules. The estimates on revenue were close and staff underspent on expenditures. Compliance with grants is important. It's incredible work done by all city staff. There is a new accounting standard concerning leases longer than 1 year. Those leases must now be reported. The city has well over 100 leases. Staff gathered all the leases and determined which ones met the reporting threshold. Finance Director Mike Brossart commented that this report would give the Utility Committee comfort in the governance of the utility. The action at the end of the meeting, Commissioner Music moved to accept the audit results. Mayor Mutz seconded, and the motion carried unanimously. The committee adjourned at 8:27 a.m. So the gist of the report is that the city received a clean financial audit, and that is truly a team effort. As Mr. Brossart pointed out, that it extends well beyond the finance department, and so many people play a role in that. We thank you all for your work in this effort.
Thank you for that report. Is there a motion to approve the report?
Move for approval.
Second?
Motion approved in a second, and discussion by commissioners. Any discussion or questions by members of the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. It unanimously passes. Mr. Brossart, any additional comments you'd like to make with respect to the audit itself?
No, sir. I said them Friday. We've got a great group of folks throughout the whole organization. $700+ million budget. Folks are spending money in many different areas, and this audit proves that folks really understand the rules and what to do when and when not to spend the money. So it's a team effort, absolutely.
Thank you. And as governance members, as a commission, we are so grateful to have an unmodified report, to be able to celebrate that, because you think about the numbers of transactions that occur during the course of the year, and for the audit to come in with an absolutely clean report is really remarkable, and it speaks to the team. So thank you for your leadership in that. All right, we have no request to appear from the general public, so we will cease now to meet as a commission and begin meeting as an equalization board and enter from our city attorney lots clean and clearing. Oops, and then I'll go back to consent. Okay, so do your lots clean and clearing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city charter requires that the city commission convene as an equalization board prior to imposing a special assessment lien against property for the city's lots cleaning and clearing activities. So if you've received a notice to appear this morning relating to the city cleaning or mowing your property, this is your opportunity to address the city commission and express any concerns you might have about that process or ask any questions that you might have. Our communications director is scrolling the different properties that are subject to this process this morning. So if you've received a notice relating to your property, this is your opportunity to address the city commission.
Is there anyone here that is here for that purpose? Seeing no one, is there a motion to approve?
Motion approved.
Second.
And a second. Discussion by commissioners? And discussion by any members of the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. I need to go back up to approval of minutes and the consent agenda, which would be any items on the agenda marked with an asterisk.
For approval.
Second?
Motion to approve in a second. Discussion by commissioners? Any discussion or questions by the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. We continue to meet as a commission and are going to public hearing 3A1 for second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have one ordinance for second reading and consideration of adoption this morning. And just prior to me reading the title, I just would like to go over the process that we'll follow this morning. I'll read the title to the ordinance, then our community development department will give some background and introduction of the case. Following that, the applicant will have the opportunity to address anything that they would like to address about the case. We will then open it up to the general public for comments from the general public. Following those comments, the applicant will be given the opportunity to address any comments made by the general public regarding the case, and then the matter will come back to the City Commission for a discussion, a motion, and a vote. So that's the general process that we'll follow. The ordinance under consideration this morning is proposed ordinance number 23-014, an ordinance relating to zoning, making findings, amending ordinance 3432 as amended to provide for a major modification to plan unit development zoning to allow a two-story, 94,000 square foot mini warehouse self-storage facility on approximately 4.33 acres located at 2575 Hardin Boulevard, providing conditions, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date. Mr. Barmy.
All right, well, good morning. For the record, Chuck Barmy with the city's Community and Economic Development Department. Just for the official record, I've been a member of the Certified Planner since 1999 and a Certified Transportation Planner since 2011. As stated by Mr. Davis, the requested action is a major modification of PUD zoning to allow a two-story, 94,000 square foot mini warehouse self-storage facility on property located at 2575 Hardin Boulevard in Lakeland. The site is located within the Oak Ridge Development Regional Impact on the west side of Hardin Boulevard between Beacon Terrace neighborhood and Grasslands Boulevard. In terms of surrounding properties, we have the Beacon Terrace neighborhood to the north, Muirfield Village to the west, Moss Verde is to the east across on the east side of Hardin Boulevard, and the Azalea Park Assisted Living Facility is located immediately to the south. Shown on the screen is a zoomed-in aerial of the subject property and the surrounding uses. Prior to the January 2023 Planning and Zoning Board public hearing, staff received several emails, phone calls, and a petition with 261 signatures from the owners within the Beacon Terrace and Muirfield Village neighborhoods. Recently, the City Commission has received an additional 40 to 50 emails and letters in opposition. The statements of opposition included compatibility, traffic and commercial vehicles, noise, impact on property values and crime, and impact on Beacon Terrace's nature trail. So at the ground level, we're going to start off with a view of the property as you're looking from the entrance on Hardin Boulevard, looking west towards Azalea Park. You're looking at the entrance, again, on Hardin Boulevard, directly towards Azalea Park, southwest of where the camera is sitting. This is looking at the rear of the northwest portion of the site. The proposed building would be on the right. Muirfield Village is on the left, and you have the retention and wetland area directly ahead. This shot is looking from the rear of the property back towards Beacon Terrace. This photo here is looking directly across Hardin Boulevard from the proposed project entrance to the Moss Verde community. And so as can be seen here on the screen, this property has been subject to several past plan unit development modifications, much of which had some level of controversy associated with them for various reasons. And when approved, those that had moved forward to the development stage had to address right-of-way requirements related to Hardin Boulevard that really became cost prohibitive. Shown on the screen here is the previous site plan that was heard by the City Commission last year. As you can see, much larger building, the outdoor RV storage area along the west side of the building. And these are the elevations that were shown at the time of a three-story building that was clearly designed or marketed as a self-storage facility. So since that hearing last April 18th, the applicant has made a number of changes to the plan that is before you today. First was the removal of the outdoor storage of boats and RVs. That has been eliminated from the plan. The rear setback towards Muirfield Village has increased from 130 feet to 200 feet. The building itself has been reduced in height from 3 stories to 2 stories, or a height of 28 feet. There's been a reduction in square footage from 102,675 square feet to 94,000 square feet. There have also been some additional facade changes to resemble an office building. One of the important things to note here, and this is the current plan that's on the screen, is that the PUD specifies a minimum setback of 50 feet from the perimeter of the property lines unless otherwise shown on an adopted site plan. And so that applies for this site, Azalea Park, and the Grassland Sales Center to the south. It's important to note here that this building has an 80-foot setback from the northern property boundary. So the setback here is exceeded, the minimum setback here is exceeded by 60%. The recommended conditions also include an additional buffer along the northern property boundary over and above the normally required landscape buffer and the existing and very mature, thick existing landscaping that exists along the northern property boundary today. And we'll get into that in the conditions. Shown here are some renderings of the revised or the new elevations for the self-storage facility. Again, it's 2 stories, 94,000 square feet, and the intent here is to really create an office look for this facility. So going into the conditions of approval, again, this is part of a larger planned unit development district. And so in terms of permitted uses, the language on the screen shows the addition of 94,000 square foot mini storage warehouse facility. It also includes or clarifies a C2, which is our standard highway commercial zoning category of commercial uses for the Grassland Sales Office site. The group home component would be removed in terms to the north of Azalea Park. And again, we would clarify that the Azalea Park assisted living facility at a square footage of almost the same size as the subject self-storage facility is allowed at 114 beds. And then a mini warehouse self-storage facility on 4.33 acre just north of Azalea Park would be 94,000 square feet. The maximum building height of the assisted living facility or Azalea Park is 3 stories. And for the mini warehouse self-storage facility, it is 2 stories or a maximum height of 28 feet. In terms of the transportation conditions, Those remain in place with the addition of the language related to the self-storage facility. One of the important things to note here is that under 5A, the cross-access to Grasslands Boulevard is being changed from a full cross-access connection to an emergency-only cross-access connection. This is in recognition of the different characteristics that U-Hauls or large vehicles would have on Grasslands Boulevard itself, particularly approaching Hardin Boulevard. Again, under D, there are changes to basically just allow for the modifications along Hardin Boulevard subject to DOT permitting without getting into specifics of the turn lane lengths that would be needed on Hardin Boulevard. Frankly, those were based off of analyses from several years ago, and so DOT's permitting requirements would address that issue. We'll still continue to have ADA compliant pedestrian accessibility to the site as well as bike parking in compliance with the Engineering Standards Manual and the Land Development Code. There is a binding site development plan that would be required for this project, and we'll show that here directly, but that is exhibits F, F1, F2, and F3. F2 and F3 have binding architectural elevations that would be tied to this specific plan. Any other ground floor transparency requirements would also be required in compliance with the Land Development Code. Again, the intent is for this building to look like an office, not a self-storage facility. The hours of operation are also restricted to 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and customers cannot or shall not be permitted to access the storage units outside of those times. Now going to item C, we want to clarify in terms of what a type C buffer is, and that is what is required along the northern property boundary. In addition to the 80-foot building setback, a type C buffer requires a minimum 12-foot width, including a fence or a wall, a structure of view blockage fence, either masonry or some other material is required to be 8 feet high. The landscaping shall be staggered, a double row of trees, each row consisting of 16 shrubs per 100 square feet, as well as, or 16 Class B trees per 100 square feet. And then an electronic message sign is also prohibited as part of the signing package. Again, as stated previously, outdoor sales, display, and storage shall be prohibited from this plan. Now, one question that has come up recently involves the number of already existing self-storage facilities within the city of Lakeland and those that have been approved and are under development. So we have approximately 21 within the city limits of Lakeland are currently operational. Some of those are adjacent to neighborhoods such as Acorn, U-Haul Moving and Storage. This list also does not include those that have been approved within Polk County, within the Lakeland area. But again, you can see here that there are quite a number that have been approved within the city, and we have 3 more that are currently under development, including the one at the intersection of Lake Park Avenue and Memorial Boulevard, US 98 North self-storage in front of Walmart, and then the Kathleen Road self-storage north and west of the Knight Station Road intersection. So with that completes staff's presentation. What I will do at this point is turn over to Mr. Tim Campbell, who represents the applicant. They have a presentation, and they'll go through their details as well. Once that is done, we'll stand for any questions and, of course, public comment this morning.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. For purposes of your record, my name is Tim Campbell, Clark Campbell Lancaster, Munson and Airth, 500 South Florida Avenue, here representing Cogent Capital Group, who's the applicant in this case. With me today are Brian Cunnix with Cogent. He'll address you in a moment. And I haven't seen, but Matthew Johnson with JSK Engineering is our project engineer. As Chuck presented in his professional planning staff report, Cogent is recording requesting a PUD modification to allow a 94,000 square foot personal storage facility that has all activity contained within the enclosed structure and without any other external uses. The Planning and Zoning Board approved the previous version, 7-0, for, as you saw, over 102,000 square feet. That included the additional RV and boat storage to the rear or the west of the building. And the City Commission, when it heard that case, did not approve it because it was not satisfied that there were sufficient setbacks to the west with those uses, or that the architectural design was fitting in this grasslands area along Hardin Boulevard, but voted to deny the request without prejudice to allow Cogent to listen to those points and those issues, redesign and bring back an improved version. And Cogent has done exactly that, and we're pleased to be before you today. They made significant changes to the site, as you heard Chuck describe, and you will see in the presentation Mr. Connick will go through in a moment. And the architectural dimensions, as you can see, as an office building, as opposed to the previous building, which was more of an office building, but this was more fitting for the Grasslands and Hardin Boulevard area. With that and the removal of the storage to the rear, it reduced the already very few impacts that would be created by the proposed use and caused the architectural design for this building to be consistent with this area. Cogent met with the Muirfield community with its plans before resubmitting. Since this process has started, we've communicated with the Grasslands Association president and provided information to them and provided information to the mobile home park owner whenever they requested. With that, I'm going to ask Mr. Connick to stand up and address you, and we'll go through this PowerPoint to kind of walk you through more specifically some of the architectural and other changes that have been made. And so if you go ahead and introduce yourself and we'll roll.
Let me click through, Tim. You'll help me click through?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm Brian Connick. I'm with Cogent Capital Group. I'm at 2136 Kenton Lane in Libertyville, Illinois. Thank you for your time this morning to explain the changes that we have made to the plan. There are a number of stakeholders in this project, and we're trying our best to accommodate everyone. So can you click through? Obviously, the location, everybody has already seen where this project is from staff, so we'll keep moving. Here's the old plan. As mentioned before, we had the RV and boat storage in the back of the building, 3-story structure, and not as big of setback to the west or the north. We've also made the building smaller height-wise. We've gone down to 28 feet or 2 stories, and we've reduced the size of the building by 8,625 feet. So the previous site plan, some of the concerns we had heard were the size of the building, the RV and boat parking, architecture not being consistent with the Hardin Boulevard corridor, the 3-story height, the minimal landscape buffer to the back, and so our improved site plan, as mentioned before, we did go down in size of the overall building. We have removed all the RV and boat storage. We've improved the architectural design to sort of fit with the flow of the Hardin Boulevard corridor. We've reduced the number of stories of the building. We've increased the setback along the west and the north. And so here's kind of what the setback situation used to look like, where you can see it's significantly larger when you remove the RV and boat storage parking. So it's gone from 130 to 201 for our building. Some of the other concerns that we did hear about were traffic counts. Specifically, self-storage is one of the lowest generators of traffic of any commercial use. We get peak hours somewhere around 10 cars. That very rarely happens. More often than not, we see 1 customer show up per hour on a leased-up facility. Community character. Tim, can you click the button a couple times? Yeah. We've updated the architectural facade to match the lower Hardin Boulevard area to try and fit within the corridor's current architectural view. We heard about the nature trail and trying to preserve everything around that as best we can. We do have a bunch of trees along that northern property that are mature that we're not going to be touching at all. They'll all remain. We've also added an additional 30 feet. Class C landscaping. We've set the building further to the south and to the east as much as possible to respect our neighbors. Also, we heard that safety and noise were concerns. And so what we've done is we've made our building entirely internally loaded. So all users of our facility have to drive into the building, and the door will close behind them where they'll do all of their interaction within our facility. That will cut down on noise and safety. It's the least intense use of almost any commercial use out there. And then lastly, we heard some concerns about light pollution. Our facilities, like I said, everything is done inside. We have minimal lighting outside with wall packs that usually shoot down towards the building. We'll have 0.0 foot candle spread over our property boundary. We are committed to the plan that we've shown you today, architecturally, and the site plan as well. This is the building that I want to build. I hope you guys like it. And we have limited our access into Grassland Parkway as well. Just want to touch on that real quick when we get to the next pictures. This is a typical look for our office layout and our security features. So you can see we've got an elevator and a door that's all controlled by a key fob pad. You can see down below in the center, and then our office looks like on the right. It's very clean and minimal retail sales. This is the view from the southwest. You can see in this picture here, there's sort of a grassy paver area. That's our intent, is to put grass pavers from the end of our drive into the connection point to Grassland Parkway, so that it doesn't look like a road. So it will grow over with grass, and then we will have a gate across the back with a Knox box that's only accessible by the fire department or emergency vehicles. View from Hardin Boulevard northbound, again, two-story structure. This would be essentially the picture of where the office will be located. And this is from the southbound. One key component to consider in all this is this building is 360-degree architecture. So everything you see on the Hardin Boulevard side will essentially be mirrored on the north and west side as well. Here's our first floor layout, and I'm hoping that this can help illustrate a little bit of how our operation works. Tim, can you click through? So here's where our vehicular entrance will be. So like I said, it's a two-way drive. You come in through a garage door, you drive up about 50 feet, and then you have to park. These are the loading and unloading spaces for cars, and then some customers just come with smaller vehicles, so they'll park to the left. These are our elevators to get to the second floor. You can see they're near the loading spaces. They're also controlled by key fobs, so anybody who has a unit on the second floor, nobody on the first floor can get there. Our office location is at the corner where our entrance is onto Hardin Boulevard. These are our egress stairwells. Something to consider about these is that both doors open to the south onto our parking area in our drive. So one element of this building that we've done, again, to try to respect all the stakeholders, is we've removed any exterior access to on the north wall, the east wall, or the west wall. So there's no doors or windows facing those directions. Security-wise, all the places where there are keys or where there are key fobs or pin pads to get in. So nobody can get into any of these sections without your specific code, and then we know what's there. We also have closed-circuit television cameras, usually about 16, scattered throughout the building that are monitored 24/7. We've seen pictures of the existing stormwater detention pond before. I just want to point out again that all of this vegetation will stay. We're not touching any elements of this. And then I'm around to answer any questions if you have any.
Commissioners, given we're in a quasi-judicial land use hearing, I just want to touch on some of these improvements and how they relate. They're responsive to the community and the commission's comments and your staff and the codes. And so kind of just walk through some of the things. First of all, since someone spoke about it, in the personal storages, self-storage industry, it's basically a 3-mile circle is where business typically attracts to a self-storage facility. And before a company like Cogent comes and proposes a use like this, they do a market analysis. And in this market, it is 50% underserved in this type of business. So for personal storage, self-storage, 50% underserved. There's that much need, which is why Cogent has chosen this site and made this proposal. As it relates to traffic, you've heard this use generates almost lower traffic than any other use. Certainly any use that's been proposed for this site, the existing use, the traffic counts for self-storage facilities are very minimal, and so we're well within any of the uses. This will not create an increase in traffic over what's currently approved or almost any other use. It's a minimal traffic generator. The external impacts, you saw we removed the outside RV storage. This is all internal. In fact, because I asked the question, because we've been saying this, and well, what's the deal with the stairwells? They're security, and in the case of a fire or something, you have to have emergency access, ingress and egress, and that's what those are for. Those stairwells really don't serve, except for an internal use, don't serve externally. So the impacts from this proposed use externally are somewhere near zero. The increased buffering, you saw it's a well-treed site. The trees and the mature vegetation are along the boundaries. Those will not be removed. They'll develop the building. The existing mature landscaping will remain in place. You heard that as a response to some concerns to the north with the residents of the mobile home park, that the staff added an additional type C buffer on our north side. And again, as Mr. Connick pointed out, every facing wall will be architecturally designed. There's no back wall that's just a solid block wall. So when you see this design, all 4 walls will be the same. We talked about changes of uses over time. You saw Chuck's. Will you help me switch to the... So as you saw, Chuck showed these uses earlier. This is, I shared with you the last time we were here that this is a difficult site. It's smaller than it probably should have been. It's difficult to have a proposed use that you can have parking for and stormwater and all of those things that are necessary. That's why you see uses that continue to come forward and seek approval, yet they don't develop. You also have a long-standing requirement of the City of Lakeland and FDOT that once this site is developed, that the open median that exists right in front of it has to be directionalized. So that has caused some of the proposed developers not to proceed. So in this case, keep in mind that the very first use, because there's discussions sometimes that we shouldn't be changing things, although that's what your code's for and it allows it. But the very first use was a C2 use that was permitted on this site. The proposed use today would have been allowed. It is a C2 use. We wouldn't have needed any change whatsoever. But over time, there have been different uses who have sought approval and obtained approval. These are just the ones that were obtained. And over time, and you'll see the trips associated with each one of them. And again, ours generates the lowest of any of the uses that have been proposed or approved over time. And so this use is the least impactful. It's able, because it has such low parking and traffic trip, it's able to utilize this site effectively and efficiently, and to do so in a compatible manner with the uses that are around it. The height and mass, which is part of the consideration of compatibility, it is smaller in size, it's smaller in height than the adjacent Azalea Oaks development. It has the office building feature, and it is a compatible use and building along this corridor. It's very important in this case because we know it's a concern of this commission, it's a concern of the community, it's a concern of your staff, that when we come in and say we're going to do something and it's going to look like something, that we actually do it, from developer to developer. In this case, we've agreed, and it's part of this ordinance, these architectural elevations and building requirements are binding. We cannot do anything different than what we propose without coming back before this commission in a public hearing and changing it. So what you see is what you will get, and that's what we propose. This developer is committed to having a nice internal-only activity, architecturally pleasing design with an office building look for this personal storage facility. So this is about the least impactful use you could have for this site, and it is clearly compatible with this area. Your Planning and Zoning Board unanimously recommended the approval of this PUD modification. Your professional land planners have reviewed the application and all of the elements that relate to this case in accordance with the provisions of your comprehensive plan and development code that you as a commission have adopted to protect the community and to also govern development within the city of Lakeland. They've concluded that the appropriate essential services are available to serve this site. They've found that there's sufficient traffic capacity and that that's appropriate for this site. And they've found and concluded that proposed use is compatible with your comprehensive plan. And very importantly, they've recommended to you, along with your Planning and Zoning Board, with a recommendation of approval. With that, Mr. Connick or I stand available for any questions that you have. I respectfully request the opportunity to address any comments that are raised during your public testimony, and we thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. I think at this time, your recommendation is that we do the public record? All right. So what we'd like to do is have this be limited to 3 minutes each on anybody that may want to make a comment. Have it be something that if it has been represented and spoken about, not be repeated in terms of it being restated. And if there is a person that is a primary spokesman that has been designated from either the three surrounding neighborhoods, those people could lead when they begin. So let me ask that first. Are there primary spokesmen for the neighborhood? And if so, raise the three of you. One? Two. Okay. And so why don't you go first, you go second, and then we will begin the 3 minutes for everyone else after that. Okay?
Mr. Mayor, could he actually go first?
Oh, fine. Flip that. Yes, absolutely. Your call. And by the way, there are 5 seats open up down here for anyone who's having trouble standing in the back of the room that we welcome you to come on down. Okay?
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tony Hudson. I live at 2425 Hardin Boulevard, lot number 145. I'm here today to represent the 297 homes of Beacon Terrace. And to show you how passionate we are about this, I'd like to ask them to stand up and show that we're well represented here.
I think you've got...
Actually, I didn't know there was going to be this many, but I appreciate them showing up.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming too.
The following presentation that I'm going to show you, I'm asking for extra time, by the way. I respectfully ask for that. And
you have extra time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
The following slides will show why we are opposed to this 94,000 square foot warehouse and why you should vote no on this. This aerial shows the proposed site right in the middle of several residential communities and across from an existing 1,000 unit self-storage facility. They will be in direct competition with each other, and what will the city do should one of them go out of business and we have a vacant building? I want to point out that there are some cities that have laws prohibiting building of self-storage units within 3 miles of another, and probably because of this competition part. This next slide shows the Hardin Boulevard corridor with its residential homes and Grasslands Golf Course. This stretch of road is one of the nicest in the city of Lakeland. Why we want to ruin it with a 94,000 square foot, 2-story warehouse is beyond me. Let's not turn this into another South Florida Avenue. The comprehensive plan, a public survey was taken and found that job creation and housing were top priorities. A question was asked in the survey, should warehousing and distribution buildings be located near residential areas? The response to this was overwhelmingly opposed to it. This building does not create jobs, nor does it increase housing. Respondents also expressed the need for conservation and protection of natural resources. In the policy, the city of Lakeland said they would reserve sufficient amount of suitable land in anticipation of future growth. This does not do that. The other thing is it talked about buffering and protecting our neighborhoods from incompatible land uses. When you look at their rendering, it appears that the north side of this 94,000 square foot warehouse will be approximately 50 feet from our property line. They call it the imaginary property line. There is no amount of buffering that will protect us from this eyesore. There are 49 warehouse self-storage facilities within the city and unincorporated areas, and 149 in Polk County. 36 of the 49 are identified here. Only 2 of these 36 abut residential areas. The market area, they said it's 3 miles. It's really considered between 3 to 5 miles. 20 of these 36 are within 3 to 5 miles of this proposed site. Not a single one is in the middle of a residential communities. Not one. If this is approved, this will be the first one in the middle of residential area, communities, I'm sorry. It would set a precedence for the future. These are the 36 ones that we're talking about and the mileage that I spoke of. How do we determine this compatibility? We evaluate property values. This certainly does not enhance property values. It is a 94,000 square foot warehouse in the middle of residential communities. Traffic conflict. They're closing off Mars Verde to make it a left turn only. This is going to force the people using the warehouse and Mars Verde residents that want to use the eastbound on Edgewood Drive to make a U-turn in front of our community. We already have problems, and now we're going to have moving vans, trucks, residents from Mars Verde having to come down and make a U-turn in front of our community. When the traffic is heavy there, we have a hard time getting out now. The pedestrians and vehicle traffic, the disabled is now having to navigate an additional crossing, especially when we have increased U-turns now. Now, they said they're going to have an in and out, and so you're not going to have a lot of noise. You're going to have you have moving vans coming in, you have motorcycles coming in. The moving vans are not going to be able to go in and out. They're going to have to stay outside, going to be loud. There's going to be noise and lighting issues. Aesthetic considerations. No matter how you change the look, it's still a 94,000 square warehouse. It's going to have signs. They didn't talk about signs, but they're going to have signs, and we'll show you that later. And it's going to be indicating it's a self-storage. This is going to take away from our neighborhood and community character. Psychological factors. Public perceptions and attitudes are important in what's being done here. This is obviously why they had the public survey. Someone once said, perception is reality. This is so true. All right, on building height, bulk, and number of units, I'm very confused on the building heights. They said the first floor is going to be 17.5 feet. The second floor is going to be 10 feet. How do we get 28 feet as the total height? Don't you need joists between the two floors? And how about the gable roof? Is that not going to add a couple of feet? At least 5, I would think. All right, the number of units is very important. This has to do with traffic and that. Yet, they never mentioned it. Traffic, we already talked about shutting off the left, making a left-hand turn at Mars Verde and causing trouble for us. The speed limit just north of Beacon Terrace and down to the Lakeside Village is 50 miles an hour. This will be a problem with the U-turns of cars and trucks turning into the warehouse. In the last 4 months, we had 3 fatalities along Hardin Boulevard within a half a mile. When you start adding more traffic and with the speed limit, we're going to have problems. 2 studies of self-storage facilities found that the average daily traffic of cars and trucks to be between 120 to 260. This is a significant increase in traffic as far as we're concerned. That's our perception here. The average, they never talked about the number of units they're going to have in here. I calculated, I think they're going to have about 700. And I'll be glad to share with you how I came up with that. But the average number of rental units is 566. And if 15% of small business commercial units, then these studies seem reasonable and maybe even low. Because if you have 15% of 566, you're looking at what, 80, 90 small businesses of painters, irrigation units, people coming in and out. You're going to have them coming in and out maybe 3 to 4 times. Oh, I turned the page, I'm sorry. Individual PIN numbers. In the real world, PIN numbers are shared among family, friends, fellow workers, and also can be lost. If you have 15% small businesses, your employees are going to have the PIN number too. So these PIN numbers can be shared all along. Cameras are not monitored 24/7, so they don't stop vandalism. They only provide after-the-fact information. Cameras are only viewed if something happens. Other concerns, people using storage as their residence, sleeping place, improperly stored flammable goods, drugs and guns, fire and arson. There are over 20 pages of examples that you can do a Google search on crimes inside storage facilities, and you'll be amazed at what you see. Actually, dead bodies too. So it's true that other land uses have not gone forward for whatever reason. This doesn't mean we should give up trying to find the right fit. In the meantime, our HOA went to our corporate owners and told them about this, and they told us they were looking into it. And they actually did. And now we're being told that they can't do anything until this is resolved. So hopefully you say no today, and we can then go back to them and start pushing them to do something. And then we'll come back and talk to you about what you can help us with. We believe there'll be, oh, I'm sorry. Will it happen? I believe it will happen with them. Okay, we believe there will be other interested parties in the future. The AARP forecast suggested a dramatic increase in the number of older individuals who will be unable to secure housing over the coming decade. So why not save that land as residential zone to have another opportunity to affordable houses for the seniors? All right, let's check the boxes. Is this a warehouse? Yes. Is it compatible with the surrounding communities? No. Will this facility maintain or improve safety elements? No. Does it decrease traffic flows? No. Is it in compliance with the city's comprehensive plan? No. Is this zoning change the same or better to enhance the community? No. Are other storage facilities located in the middle of residential communities? No. Are there other market uses for the property that are more compatible? Yes. All right, you heard about our nature trail. We have a beautiful nature trail. And these are some of the wildlife that we have. If this goes forward, this will probably disappear. My wife tells me as we grow older, our world shrinks. This is so true. And if this, our world becomes smaller and we don't have as many pleasures to enjoy as we did when we were younger, if this goes away, it will be one less pleasure in our lives. They didn't talk about signage. When you put this building here and you put signage on it, now it becomes a warehouse. It's exactly what this is a warehouse. All those C's in the ordinance that we saw pretty much leaves it wide open. And here's what it's going to look like. It's going to be a 94,000 square foot, 2-story commercial warehouse in a residential area. It will stick out like a sore thumb. I believe we've shown how this 94,000 square foot warehouse will have an adverse effect on the surrounding communities, the Hardin Boulevard corridor, and this great city of Lakeland. We appreciate each one of you today, and we encourage you to vote no. I thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. I have a lot of statistics on this, so thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. You put good preparation in that, by the way. Appreciate that.
Hello, Tanya Gibson. I am the Condo Association President at Muirfield Village. So commissioners and mayor, thank you for your time this morning. I also appreciate you allowing Tony some extra time so that we didn't have to hear from everybody individually. So I know you appreciate that as well. As a COA president, I was a COA president last time when this came before the commission and presented to the commission. And I still am today. It's my responsibility to protect our $30 million investment at Muirfield Village. And I protect that whether it is landscaping, whether that's securing money in reserves for a roof that we'll need in the next 6 to 8 years. And I also use that to secure our value, our property value. And if anybody knows anything about Muirfield Village, we are enjoying, along with the rest of the community, great property value increases, and we don't want to see those decrease. There's another storage facility. We talked about this last time I was here. There's another storage facility across the street. You saw the map that Tony put up, where it is in relationship. And I know, some people said, well, it's a different storage unit, it's an older model. Well, if storage is on, tear that older model down and put a new model up there where it's already zoned for that. Our residents are against this. We were here and this was voted down in a 5-2 vote by commissioners last time. And then we were blindsided when all of a sudden it came back up with the vote without prejudice. And Commissioner Walker at the time even asked why we were voting on this again without prejudice, so that this group could come back to us. But in good faith, we, and as requested by you all and the city committee, I'm assuming by you all with voting it without prejudice, we met with Nicole from Cogent. I don't know if she's still with Cogent or not, but she's not here today. And she met with all of our members during a membership meeting this summer and presented 2 options, a 2-story and a 3-story, because they were still in discussion about what it would look like. So and I know now that they've gone with 2 stories. We talk about changes. They talk about, we brought this down. They've brought it down 8,000 square feet. 8,000 square feet is all it came down. They act like this got a much smaller and stuff like that. And I believe in the beginning, when this came to the commission, that the RV parking and the boat parking or whatever it was going to be was not included in the 200,000 or 102,000 square foot building. So, we've been given very little information, as Tony said, about the height and what the real height of this will be. We've been given 2 internal floor heights, and I think, Mr. Campbell, I know you've written that down, and maybe you can address that as well. Our owners are against this, and, and there was also stated that there was further communication with our community after that meeting. We have received no further communication from Cogent Capital, Nicole, or the other gentleman that was here. This is a warehouse in the middle of 4 communities. I think Tony made that, made that clear. Is this really a better choice than, another residential community or a senior living facility? To say that this land, and I heard this last time by a couple people as they had questions, that this land hadn't been developed, and in my opinion, that's a cop-out. This land now has been tied up for almost 2 years, being under contract, and Tony mentioned that. So for us to sit here and say, well, nobody else wants this, I think that there's not been a chance of that. And yeah, it's a small parcel, but is this the most important 4-acre piece of property in Lakeland right now that we need to move to putting a warehouse in the middle of 4 residential communities? Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Along with Tony, I'm also here to answer any questions that you might have. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Are there any other individuals that would like to speak? Yes, come on up. Just state your name and address, please. And now we're limiting to 3 minutes, okay? So.
Susan Spelios, 608 Grasslands Village Circle, Murfield Village. I have the last modification to the DRI here, and there's, in case with this, I'd like to address this. But first, I don't want to touch upon any of the technical questions that Tanya and Tony so eloquently addressed. I wanted to just address this from a different perspective and call on my personal, professional investment and economic background. So I took the opportunity to do some research on the self-storage industry. And what I found was striking, not just as a nation, but specifically for Florida. The self-storage industry, in my personal opinion and my professional opinion, is reaching market saturation. From selfstorage.com, there are 2,602 self-storage facilities in the state of Florida. That represents 125 million square feet in the state. 25 million of that square footage is located here in the Tampa Bay region, which includes Lakeland. So, as a nation, we have 5.5 square feet of storage per person. Florida has 6.3 feet per person. Tampa Bay region has 10.5 square feet of storage facility and capacity per person. This is double the national average per capita, and it's 40% in excess of the state of Florida. This is a tipping point towards overbuilding, in my opinion. Marcus and Millichamp provides, in their 2003 investment white paper on self-storage, the industry reported, and I am going to read the quote, "Construction overview. Strong population growth has given developer confidence to increase inventory in the Tampa self-storage sector. Completions will amount to 1 million square feet for the 7th consecutive year. Near-term deliveries of self-storage facilities are concentrated in non-CBD areas such as Davenport, Lakeland, Spring Hill, and St. Petersburg. Development activity remains well above the trailing 22-year average of 700,000 square feet."
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I hope you will honor your vote of April 18th, 2002.
Thank you. Any other citizens that wish to make a comment? Seeing none, then what we will do is allow, oh, yes, excuse, come down. I didn't see you, apologize.
My name is Jill Manka, and I live at 610 Grasslands Village Circle. I've been a resident at that unit for 17 years now. I implore the City Commission to not be fooled by the best-case scenario propaganda. My upcoming comments will be quite candid, but I feel the points need to be addressed. I've participated in this process for both rounds of scrutiny and wanted to share my perspective. In introducing this project in 2022, Cogent Capital assumed they could use the Grasslands branding without permission in the first round of planning. They then changed their branding the second draft. The representation for Cogent has changed, giving no stability to the project. 3 different renderings have been presented. There's no trust at this point that what is proposed will be built. To that point, the approved use in 1993, which was displayed earlier, was not for 94,000 square feet on 4.3 acres. If you pull that slide back up, it was for 13,070 square feet for that 4.3 acres. In addition to that, with the renderings, I'm sorry, I'm skipping around. I'll go back to my point. With the Zoning and Planning Commission, it is my understanding that they are appointed and the City Commission is elected. It seems the Zoning and Planning have passed this dirty work on to the City Commission for this process now a second time. One example of this is the project has been sent here a second time with no indication still of external height of the buildings. We have only been told the internal heights, which already exceeds the state mandate of 24 feet for an external 2-story building. Last year, the Commissioner Music indicated to me via email, which I have here today, that he was opposed to this warehouse. He then went on to vote yes for the warehouse. Another indication of the challenges that we've had in trying to get this approved. Commissioners, please continue to represent the best interests of the people in this community you represented by voting no last time. Please put this matter to rest once and for all so the proper fit for this parcel can be utilized. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward to listening to your questions as well.
Thank you. Is there another citizen that would like to share? Come on down, sir. Please state your name and address.
Good morning, Mayor Mutz and Commissioners. My name is Lionel Lindsay. I live at 647 Grasslands Village Circle in Muirfield Village. I know there's been so much information given to you already, so I got to make it brief. Just imagine if I come out of my house, my unit, and I look across and look side to the left, I'll be looking at the side of this building and the top of this building. I mean, it's going to be over the trees. I'm going to have to look at it. I did not buy my residence there thinking I would be right in the middle where a big commercial warehouse was. You can put it's like, I'll speak in the, I guess, Polk County vernacular. You could put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a warehouse. I don't care what you do to it. It's a warehouse. And I don't think that helps me in any way, shape, or form. I don't think it's compatible. I think it should be voted down, and I would appreciate it if you would take that position. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's keep our encouragement just to the end, okay, please, on the clapping. Yes, sir. No. Is there anybody else? Yes, come on back. Please just state your name and address, sir.
My name is Dwight Nash. I live at 2425 Hardin Boulevard, Lot 295. I'm only going to talk about major concerns. I have a major concern. The EMTs come into our property a lot, and any delay is very, very adverse to the person that's having the problem. So everybody's addressed the traffic, but the road across from us, if they make that one way, the EMTs have to come out, head south to go north, and they have to fight traffic to do that. I'm concerned about them. I'm concerned when there is a fire and the police and the fire department has to come. Any delay to them can cause the firemen problems just as much as the resident and the loss of property. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for everything you do for the community, and I'll accept any decision that you make.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Are there any other citizens? Okay, then that'll compile the comments to which you make a response, please. Mr. Campbell and team.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll just go through the items, and we've tried to address those up front because we understood what the concerns were. Ever since this commission voted without prejudice and said that Cogent could take action and work on a more compatible plan, and they've done that, and that's why we're here. The summary from the poll that was taken as part of the comprehensive plan, warehouse and distribution, was obviously the logistics industry that has grown within the city. This is while your zoning category says mini warehouse, because that's a vernacular that's been used for some time, or self-storage. This is a self-storage facility. It's very, very different. And you've seen the architectural work they've done to make it fit with this community to be an office look. Keep in mind, along Hardin Boulevard, just like good planning, there are commercial uses at major intersections, and there are commercial uses along frontage. Your density and intensity are greater on the frontage, and as you move back, it gets less dense and intense, and you have residential. You see that all over the city, the county, and the state of Florida. That's how planning is done. This site is a commercial site. It's been a commercial site since the Oak Ridge DRI was created. It's always been commercial. It's going to be some type of commercial use, but it's been very difficult to develop this site. 50 feet, someone mentioned at 50 feet from the property line. That's the setback in the code. Ours is 80, so we've set back greater distance from the northern boundary than the minimum that's required. not only is this a commercial site, it's got commercial zoning, it's been difficult enough to develop for some office or commercial or ALF type of use. It's certainly not big enough to expand a residential use other than the retirement type of residential uses that have been considered and found not to be feasible. On the compatibility, this is already commercial. Property values, you know how property values are determined. If you're a commercial mobile home park, which is what exists to our north, your value, you look at other commercial mobile home parks, and you look at the area, the fact that this will be developed with an ongoing business with a very nice architecturally designed and pleasing building will not be a detriment to property values. And property values aren't a consideration in your compatibility, but we won't have an impact. There's nowhere in the code that says you measure property values, but we understand it's of interest to neighbors and it will not impact property values. Traffic, we've already addressed. This is the best traffic scenario you could get. The closure of the open median, as you can imagine, we agree, we don't like it more than anybody else that open intersection is going to be closed or directionalized. But that's not our choice. That's the city and FDOT. They're going to do that no matter what is developed on that site. That open median will not stay open because that is in the code, and DOT and the city, your transportation planning staff within the city for transportation reasons I don't pretend to understand, that is going to be directionalized. It will not remain a full open median when this property is developed for whatever it is ultimately developed as. So we're not causing that. That condition's already in place. Discussion of trucks and noise, all our activity is inside. We have reduced parking than any other use because people don't come and park at a self-storage facility, and when it's all internal, they enter, they load and unload, and then they leave through a gate, through a keypad, and then the protected hours that your staff have put into a condition. There were discussion about signage. We comply with your signage code. It is in the conditions that we have to comply with the signage codes, except there is a limitation that there are no electronic signs. After spending all this money on a very nice architecturally designed building, the signage will certainly be something that complies with the code, and the owner wants that to be very nice to be attractive in this area. They're business units. That's not the business model. You can't conduct a business within, you see those some places when they're external and people can drive up and they have an open gate and or an open door, they can come and go. This is a totally different model. This is personal storage. And as an example, the reason that there's more need for personal or self-storage facilities, we've all seen that Lakeland, Winter Haven, Polk County, Central Florida, and the state of Florida have had massive and explosive population growth and residents. With that growth have come more demand for self-storage facilities because for whatever reason, good or bad, we in this country use self-storage facilities. I have one. I shouldn't, but I have one, and I use it, and I keep stuff there, and that's just part of what we do. That's why they're driven near rooftops, because it's residents who utilize them. And so that's why the study, we've had a professional study done, and it is determined there's absolute demand and need for additional self-storage facility at or near this location. So with respect to the nature trail, and in a minute I'm going to just show you some aerial pictures because I want everyone to get an idea of how large the mature landscaping there is at the boundary between this property and the mobile home park. And I think most of you are familiar. That's where across Hardin Boulevard is that it's a very large ditch or conveyance. And there's natural landscaping and mature trees and shrubs all around it. Those aren't going to be moved. I don't know that we can move them, but we have no reason to because they don't impact our site. Those will all remain in place. There's going to be additional landscaping as required by your staff. And it's a very nice nature trail. Now, Further west is adjacent to the mobile home park is Grasslands Golf Maintenance Facility, which is like 3 or 4 buildings that exists. The mobile home park itself has a fenced-in storage facility along their nature trails, so that they have that need too, and so do we. But we've maintained a very solid landscape buffer between those properties, and we understand the sensitivity. We've also didn't put the back of a building that's just block wall. It will be architecturally designed. It's very important that the only active windows in this building will face east. So because of the architectural design, you see all those windows. If you kind of look, there aren't people in them and you can't see into them. They're architectural features that have windows, so it has that very nice office look, but they're not active windows. So there's nobody looking in or out of this building from any of the elevations except the east elevation. If anyone thought when I suggested earlier that we communicated with Muirfield Association after Nicole met with them, Nicole is still with the company and still active in this project. I said that we communicated with the president of the Grasslands Association, who was here at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. Matter of fact, he commented they had voted to oppose, but once they saw what we had changed and what we proposed, that they understood that was an improvement, and they weren't here today objecting. We also provided information to, I don't know if it's Mr. Hudson or the owner of the mobile home park. Whoever requested information, we were very communicative with, but I didn't suggest, and if it was interpreted, I didn't mean to suggest that we continue to meet with the Muirfield Association or any of its officers. The height is 2 stories. It says it in the conditions. We're limited to 2 stories. We've committed to 2 stories. You see the building that we're going to build. I haven't gone through the internal floor measurements, but we have 2 stories that are like any other person builds a 2-story building in the city of Lakeland. So where it's measured to, if there are different gables and things like that, we have to comply with whatever your code provides. We didn't ask for any exception, any variance from that. We will comply with that 2-story limit in accordance with the city's code. Someone made a comment about the previous attempts to develop this property, and it was a cop-out. I will tell you that John Rada, God bless his soul, and I looked at this site. So I personally looked at this site to try to develop it 10, 15 years ago, and it is difficult. There was a medical use that looked there. It's difficult because you have the stormwater that exists in the back, so that takes up part of the parcel, and that's an association easement. You don't have any rights to use that. You have the big ditch on the north, and so it's a very tight site, and that's why each of these proposed uses that have come and gotten approval have been unable to proceed. It takes something like this use, which is so minimal impact, minimal trips, minimal parking, that it can be successful here. And so it definitely is an appropriate use. I talked about market saturation as the result of the growth that's happening. In a best case scenario, we've come forward with binding site plans where there are no, it is what it is. Our cards are on the table. This is what we have proposed to build. This is what we've asked for permission to build. This is what we will build, and we're not allowed to do anything else without coming to you for approval. As far as the best interest, you as a commission, you balance the interests, but you have to do so in accordance with the codes you adopt. You adopt a comprehensive plan and a land development code that set out what should and shouldn't be done and can and cannot be done. And as a developer and as their team, it's our job to follow that, and it's there to help provide some guidance to those who wish to invest in our community. And how to do that and how to develop and what to do and not to do. It's here to protect the community, but it's in place for all of us. And those are the rules that we should all have to follow, but should also be able to follow. And so those are in place. You also employ, as part of your governance, a very professional staff who does all this analysis. And I promise you, they do not make it easy. But it's appropriate. They're looking out for the same thing you are. They're looking out for the community. They want to allow and encourage investment when it's appropriate. And they do a very good job. And they've given you a staff report and an analysis of all the factors that are to be considered under your codes. And they go over and above and beyond that because they listen to community comments during every time there's a hearing. They listen to your feedback. They listen to Planning and Zoning Board feedback. Your Planning and Zoning Board is a voluntary board who also goes through these things, and they've unanimously recommended it for approval. So with that, let me just go through a couple things to show you. To respond to the comments that were made.
Yeah, you're continuing. Now, order. He's in order. Also, one thing I'd like you to respond to that I haven't seen you respond to is the moving vans comment. The moving vans. What about vans, trucks, large trucks?
Sorry, they can come to the facility, they have a code, they enter the building, the door shuts, they go to the parking spot that you saw Mr. Connick's point out, they load and unload, they complete their business in their storage unit, and then they leave the facility.
They'd be inside.
They are in all loading and unloading activity, any activity whatsoever is inside. We remove the external activities for parking, so there's no opportunity for external activity at this site. There are numerous definitions of compatibility in state law, in your land development code, in your comprehensive plan. But I just wanted to share because it doesn't say to be compatible, it has to be the same use. Compatibility itself is an analysis of how do you allow various uses to coexist near each other. And you see the elements are height, scale, mass, bulk, traffic circulation, access, all of these things that your staff look at and your code addresses so that when we come in and propose something, we have to propose things and we have to look at these things so we can be compatible with existing uses. So this is a view from north looking south, and there's the entrance to the mobile home park, and there's the site, the vacant site, there's the subject site. You can see kind of to the right corner on the back of the subject site, you can see the existing stormwater pond that's there. That's the easement that belongs to the overall Oak Bridge Association number 2. You see Azalea Oaks there to the south. But you see the kind of massive trees that exist there between the property boundaries. Some of those, I believe, are on the mobile home park parcel. Some of them are on ours. And it's hard to really, in this, I don't know how this works, to see, but the ditch there kind of towards Hardin Boulevard is pretty massive. And it's on our property, and it prohibits any activity in that area. There you go, right there. This is a view from our site. It's the same picture, but it's from our site facing north from the south. That's that same stand of trees. All of that will remain, and we have to have an additional buffer beyond that between our building and this existing buffer. And so with that, and I apologize for the length of the response, but there were a lot of comments and we wanted to address them. Cogent has been very diligent in listening to this commission and listening to the concerns and understanding the concerns and changing their architecture to be something that is appropriate and compatible and fits along this corridor. And we stand available for any questions that you may have. We respectfully request your approval of our request for a PUD modification to allow this proposed use. and we thank you again for your consideration.
Okay. I will entertain a motion, but if that motion gets made, then I would want our city attorney to give us a quasi-judicial kind of definition of considerations.
Sure, just before the motion is made.
Okay, do that first. Great.
Under state law, we are required to cite a rationale for a denial, so, or an approval. With the staff recommendation of approval, you've got that. With the denial, you would need to articulate what the basis for your denial is based on the competent substantial evidence that you may have heard this morning. So any motion that is made would need to articulate the basis.
With that denial?
Yes, if it's a denial, yes.
Right. Okay, so, is moved for approval, and is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Okay, discussion by commissioners. Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you, Mayor. Chuck, I'm glad, the question's for you. So, and Mr. Campbell talked about the development agreement, the architecture being binding. And just can you, for the record, comment on that and explain from a staff perspective, because I know that's been important with previous projects. We want to make sure that what we see is the final product, and there were even some comments from residents about that. We've seen different renderings from the past, and so just from the city staff perspective, if you can walk us through that.
And just starting off in terms of the building height in this instance is measured to the top of the main roof line. So that's the 28-foot height. The parapets are above that. And so what we do is if this gets approved and we get to the building plans are reviewed by planning staff as well as the building division and others that are involved in that process to look specifically at how those elevations comply with the elevations included in the PUD itself. So there is another step in the process. In addition to the engineered site plan for the horizontal elements of the site, there's a building plan review for the actual building itself. And so at that time, there's a comparison with the elevations that are submitted as part of that package relative to the PUD.
Thank you. I think that's helpful, just to understand there is another step, there's another layer beyond this in what potentially happens today, that your staff is still very much following this closely to ensure that what is presented is the final product.
Absolutely.
And on all four sides?
Yes.
Okay. Other comments, questions? Commissioner Music.
Thank you. Yeah, as I review back to all of the conversation that I had, it really came down to three different things, the emails and the conversations that I had with the residents, and it was property value was a concern that they had, traffic was another concern, and then the nature, the natural aspect of it with trees, and then with the the critters and the birds and the things that they see around there. So those were things that were certainly important to me. I think as far as from a development standpoint, I believe that the applicant has done such a good job of bringing back something that I approved on the first go around. They've taken it and they've made it smaller. Yes, 9,000 square feet, but it's also, much more aesthetically appealing. It is something that they have been written in as it has to be, as Commissioner McLeod was saying, right? This is what it has to look like. So what we see is what we get. So I think that based on the complaints that I received, I think that those questions were answered today. I think that any development will certainly, disturb something, right? There's going to be some things that live on that property that once development comes will move, but I don't think that that's really what we're talking about. I think that they're, they want to be able to walk down their path and be able to enjoy the same things that they do now. And I don't see this development changing that.
Okay, other comments from, quiet please. Other commissioners, comments? Commissioner Madden.
Thank you. This question is for the applicant. How many units are inside this building?
Approximately 700.
Is that?
Do we have any other questions, or are we going to do our
No, you can,
statements? That was my last question.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments?
Not yet.
Right.
You mean Stephanie got some more?
Well, yeah, I worded, my
Well, then, yeah, go ahead.
reflections, but not a question.
Reflect.
Okay, so my reflection is certainly I voted against this proposed use first. I feel like the pressure on the applicant is to say it's better than the current use, which was the assisted living facility. Certainly, I think that in a neighborhood community, having more assisted living, even if the intensity is larger, fits appropriately and is compatible to have assisted living in a residential neighborhood. I thought one of the most compelling points today is that they said that by right, in 1993, which was the first original DRI, they could have had this use. But they could have had this use at 13,000 square feet. Because this use is different than people who live in an area. 700 unique people with PIN numbers and their friends and coworkers have access to this facility. And it is, at the end of the day, a warehouse. I appreciate that the applicant, I know what it's like to have to pay money and time to improve your product, and the aesthetics were improved, and I feel like a lot of it was improved. I wish we wouldn't have done it without prejudice, because I hate that you had to spend extra time and money, because I feel like it wasn't just the aesthetics at stake, it is the intensity of use of a warehouse in the middle of a residential neighborhood. To have 92,000 94,000 square feet of warehouse, even if it's a pretty warehouse, is not better than even if it was a large, more intense building and it had assisted living facility, which would go with the residential. So I will be continuing in my no vote.
Okay.
Any other comments? You don't have to make any, just asking. Our comments have survived from the audience for having, do I need to ask for audience comments?
No,
Because we've made
commission discussion at this point.
Okay.
Bill,
Oh,
thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. There again, I voted for the approval last time, I believe. And of course, compatibility and all the different issues that go along with it. And I think they've done a great job with mitigating a lot of the circumstances for setbacks and try to make it a better product. And of course, the biggest thing that I look at on this particular issue is compatibility as well as traffic. You know, we've had a potential for the turn down the assisted living, which would be a lot greater capacity, because to some degree I have a mini warehouse storage, and I have people who come once every 2 years. I have people that come once a month, but invariably it's not a big traffic generator, and from that standpoint, and I think that's going to paramount for Hardin Boulevard. And from that standpoint, we can't just, of course, my training on the Planning Commission from years past gave me a lot of insight on what we can and cannot vote for. If some may be against something, but invariably, if you follow the rule of law, we have to vote yes or no. And regardless if there's 1 million people here, it really can't determine how we vote from one standpoint to another because of law. And if we vote no, we're going to probably get sued. They're going to win anyway. But invariably, that's a thing you have to adjust and with your conversation, your vote. But regardless, I'm going to vote yes again for it this time. And so,
Quiet, in order, please.
so that's I want to express my reason for that. So,
Thank you, sir. Commissioner McCarley.
So, this takes a lot of thought, and I think, it's something that we all take very seriously, all of my peers and I, every time we come to an issue like this. And one of my ways that I kind of try and figure out how to vote on these different things is I try to take a 30,000-foot view of our community at large. So looking at not only, traffic impacts and how things are, how they work within our city, how we move people around. I sit as the transit chair right now, so I look at public transit, I look at sidewalks, I look at different things like that, and I try to pull myself back. So I'm not so much in the weeds, but I try to look at it from a broader scope of how this impacts Lakeland. In addition to that, I try to look at, as a Lakeland resident, and as I love this community so much, is what I want to have Lakeland look like in 30 years. And so, and we'll all be gone and obviously either termed out or decide not to run again or whatever, and we won't be sitting here in 30 years. making these decisions will rely on a new crop of elected officials to do that, new staffers. But I always try to think about how this is going to be impactful. And one of the reasons I voted against this project the last time we voted, and I too echo Commissioner Madden, and that for the business person, I mean, you have jumped through all these hoops, and I'm apologetic for that because I think that we said no before, and I'm not really sure how we got here again. But what I will say is, since state legislature is in session right now, one of the impacts of our state legislature, and I'm not going to go into the weeds of how all of this lobbying of developers affects our state legislature at large, and how the state of Florida is growing, and we're spreading out, and we're sprawling, and we're taking up natural resources, and we're doing a lot of things that I don't necessarily agree with as a native. But one of the reasons that our hands are tied is statutory. And so to echo what Commissioner Reed says, and to our city attorney, is that we do have that. However, as an elected group of officials, we also, because it comes before us, can say yes or no to this, whether it's with prejudice or without prejudice. And I know there are legal ramifications of that. But for me, another storage facility that you can throw a rock at, another one across the road, is really kind of frustrating. And I agree that the market gets to a point where it is saturated. I don't know. I think we all have statistics that we can quote, and we can do Brookings Institute, or we can do EDC information, or we can pull any information we want to craft the argument that we want to have. So I think it's contingent upon us as electeds to really try to take as much of that information as possible and filter it into our own system and decide. And I've been pretty stalwart, Mr. Campbell can tell you, about my view on this project of whether we need another storage unit in the city of Lakeland. And I just can't, as lovely as this looks, we're going to continue to need housing for our senior citizens and ALFs and assisted living facilities. We're going to continue to need affordable housing, and we're going to continue to need space to put those different housing elements in, as well as businesses too. And when I look at Pew Research, I see that millennials aren't going to use storage units, and they are far outgrowing baby boomers. And so when I look at the things that I try to research about different projects, that's one of those issues that comes to mind for me when I'm looking at it. So I too will vote no on this. I have to consider, the impact 30 years down the road. And I don't want, as successful as this business may be, I don't want the one across the street going out of business and have to figure out what to do with that unit or another warehouse. And so they're not built necessarily for flexible capacity like some of the new warehouses are. And it ties your hands, and it ties your hands for the foreseeable future.
Any other comments by commissioners? This is a roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Simmons.
No.
Yes?
No.
Yes?
No?
Yes.
Aye.
So it passes 4-3. All right. All right, we go to the next item.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Yeah, take a.
What was that? What was that?
Take a potty break.
We will take 5 minutes for a break to go to the restroom. Okay, for some of us.
You surprised me. You surprised Well, we may have got it here by 12:30. If they should be quick, it should go smooth, but you never can tell.
Yeah. You never.
All right.
That's right.
As soon as our city manager comes back, we will start on resolutions. And for those of you who have just joined us more recently, the rest of this meeting will go much faster. That was the most time-consuming portion of this, so that's an encouragement. We tried to come up with an estimate of time, not to have to delay you longer than necessary. I should have allowed more time. I'm sorry about that, because I'm an hour off in my head of where we'd be.
Yes.
All right, and so seeing our city attorney running back here from somewhere. Do you have any verbals at all that you want to discuss?
I do have a few verbals, but I need to wait until,
Okay.
yeah, the city manager section.
So we'll reconvene as soon as our city manager arrives.
Attorney.
It's certainly, I'm sorry, city attorney arrived. That was scaring Sean.
There he is.
There he is. Look at that.
5 minutes?
The one time he takes a break.
All right, that is, I'm just covering for you, that was public hearings 3A1, and now we're going to go to resolutions B1.
All right, B1 is proposed resolution number 23-017, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Lakeland, Florida, approving a local housing assistance plan as required by the State Housing Initiatives Partnership Program Act, subsections 420.907 through 420.9079 Florida statutes, and Rule Chapter 67-37 Florida Administrative Code, authorizing and directing the mayor to execute any necessary documents and certifications needed by the state, authorizing the submission of the local housing assistance plan for review and approval by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, providing an effective date.
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion to approve in a second, discussion by commissioners. Any discussion by anyone in the audience? Thank you, Mike, for being ready. Seeing none, Commissioner McLeod.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Unanimously passes.
We have a couple of development agreements for consideration this morning. One is with Pipkin Creek Properties LLC, and the other is with Pros Lakeland Owner LLC. They are adjacent developments, proposed developments south of Drainfield Road, the Parkway Frontage Road, and east of Pipkin Creek Road. They both relate to the same proposed traffic improvement and provide for how the cost of that improvement will be allocated amongst the developers. And Chuck is teeing up a presentation to show you where this is and some of the details.
All right, well, good morning again. This is Chuck Barnby with the Community Economic Development Department. As Mr. Davis noted, that we have two separate development agreements related to the same intersection, Pipkin Creek Road and the Drainfield South Parkway Frontage Road intersection. The two development agreements involve the Pipkin Creek Properties LLC development as well as Pros Lakeland Owner development agreement. Both of these projects were within the former Palm Springs Plan Unit development that was approved back in 2002. And before I get into the details regarding these agreements, I just want to note that we've received two comments in opposition. They're really more zoning related, concerns over impacts to wildlife, wetlands, development on the overall Lakeside Preserve tract, and so it's related to the Pipkin Creek Properties development. And then we had one that was more related to questions and comments about access between Pros and Lakeside Preserve. So those are the comments that we've received to date. Again, as we discussed 2 weeks ago, the Pros development is 391 multifamily dwelling units in the northwest corner of the overall former unified PUD, closest to the intersection. Lakeside Preserve has a full build-out of 426 single-family detached dwelling units that take up the remaining acreage. It's important to note that in terms of consistency with the comprehensive plan, this development agreement and the two developments specifically are consistent with the Southwest Sector Plan that was approved back in 2008. The blue area that I will highlight for Lakeside Preserve or the Pipkin Creek Properties area was for clustered single-family development. And then the purple area up at the corner was part of an activity center that was intended to encourage high-density residential. The activity center went away with the expansion of the apartments to encompass that whole area, but we do have a convenience store on the west side of the intersection. The area is also located in the urban development area of our comprehensive plan, and that's important for level of service analyses and transportation conditions. As noted before, Drainfield Road is a constrained roadway in the Lakeland Comprehensive Plan. The reason why that there's a constrained designation on this section of roadway is because of the parallel Polk Parkway immediately adjacent to Drainfield Road. And by constrained, what we're saying is that it's not feasible, practical, or desirable to add through travel lanes and it's going from 2 to 4 lanes. However, we do place an emphasis on operational improvements, access improvements, transit, bicycle, pedestrian, those types of things to move people within these corridors. The traffic analysis was conducted by Elizabeth Rodriguez out of the Tampa area. That analysis looked at the impacts of the developments individually and collectively for the purposes of coming up with a proportional share allocation of the cost for the intersection improvements that we'll be talking about at Pipkin Creek and Drainfield. Pipkin Creek Properties engaged LTG Engineering out of the Space Coast to develop a preliminary design and detailed cost estimates for these improvements, and they were inflated to the year 2027 so that we could capture a more likely date of when these improvements would be implemented. Based on that cost developed by LTG, the estimate is $547,833.78. And so the proportion is based on this base amount is calculated. Important to note here as well is that there are a number of other area transportation improvements that are in the works in this area. In 2024, DOT will be constructing a roundabout at the intersection of Waring Road and Drainfield Road, which will help address the major congestion that we see today at this strategic intersection in Southwest Lakeland. DOT will also be resurfacing Drainfield Road from Airport to Pipkin Creek. That will also include transit stop enhancements and the installation of a raised median east of Waring Road. And of course, Polk County is in the midst of 4-laning West Pipkin Road from Medela back over to Hardin Boulevard. And that's about a $50 million project that is scheduled for completion in 2024. So in terms of the individual agreements, we'll start with Pipkin Creek Properties or Lakeside Preserve. Again, this is 426 single-family lots. 135 of the 426 are built. Staff has reviewed 22 lots in Phase 2A and is currently reviewing the balance of 267 in Phase 2B and C. The last major modification to the PUD was in 2019, and the PUD actually allows 461 single-family lots. So the build-out as we're considering as part of this development agreement is under what is allowed in the PUD. There were a number of questions last time about the overall layout and questions from some of the residents about the upcoming amenities within the development. We'll note that the plans that are under review right now in phases 2B and C include a 2,000 square foot pool and a cabana as kind of the central feature for the development. The lots are generally 50 foot wide, so it's a 50 foot wide development. The developer is preserving trees on approximately 196 acres of the overall development site, so a considerable amount of tree preservation is going into the development. And it's important to note here that this layout results in 7 remaining lots that would be built closer to the south end of the development site, which was a concern that has been raised by residents of the Colonnades and other neighborhoods south of Lakeside Preserve. So this is really a good example of clustering to preserve as much of the natural amenities around the southern and eastern boundaries of the development as possible. Since the last hearing, there was one change to the development agreement for Lakeside Preserve, and that was related to the timing of the proportional payments. Instead of saying prior to, the developer asked, and we agree that it's more appropriate to say concurrent with construction plan approval for the first payment. and then concurrent with the notice of commencement for the second payment. And so with the, given that the right-of-way has already been dedicated along the project frontage for Pipkin Creek Road, this agreement would vest 4,088 daily and 429 PM peak trips, and no expiration of that concurrency vesting following the final payment. So jumping over to Pros Lakeland's development agreement. Again, the site here is just under 23 acres in the northwest corner of the former Palm Springs development, 391 multifamily units. The last major modification for this site was in 2022, when the retail and commercial allocations were replaced with 120 of the 391 multifamily units. Again, this is a close-up of the overall site. You've got the Pipkin Creek intersection, Drainfield Road to the west, South Parkway Frontage Road to the east. We have discussed the driveway connection on Pipkin Creek Road for the Pros Lakeland development with the county engineer, and he told me as late as last week that the county has no problem with a full access at this location. So that is important in terms of upcoming conversations regarding cross-access between Pros Lakeland and Reserve. So prior to the first certificate of occupancy issuance, the developer should design, permit, and construct the required Pipkin Creek improvements at the site entrance according to plans approved and permitted by Polk County. That's the driveway connection. Within 90 days after the effective date of this agreement, the developer shall pay a proportional share of the cost of the traffic signal or a package of access or operational mitigation improvements of an equal cost as approved by DOT in the county. And we talked about this a little bit at Agenda Study on Friday. So the developer's proportional share of cost is $186,263.49. And our understanding is that those dollars have already been placed in an escrow account and are ready to be provided to the city. Again, the developer's predecessors dedicated a right-of-way along Pipkin Creek Road. And so that item has been addressed from a zoning standpoint. Pros Lakeland is required to and is in the process of designing a transit shelter along the Pipkin Creek Road frontage. That's included on the apartment site plan, and so that is moving forward as well. With the payment of the proportional share and the satisfaction of the other components of the development agreement, Pros Lakeland would be vested for 2,862 daily trips, 219 of those during the PM peak hour. If a building permit has not been received within 365 days of the effective date of this agreement, then the concurrency vesting would expire by December 31st, 2027. The city would issue a refund if the improvements have not commenced by December 31st, 2035. And so the intent would be is these dollars, as they start to come in, that we would start working on plans, designs, other permit activities in support of construction of the improvements. It's also worth noting that the developer of Pros will also be taking advantage of a city transportation impact fee assignment, as shown on the screen here, that's ultimately tied to the former West Lakeland Development of Regional Impact. And so there is a separate allocation of credits provided for through this agreement. As discussed 2 weeks ago, the city's transportation impact fee calculations for Pros, once you take in the credits from the West Lakeland DRI, you're looking at just over $469,000 net. For Pipkin Creek Properties or Lakeside Preserve, it's right now, based on today's schedules, $1,247,324. And so that doesn't account for future increases in city impact fees that may come out of other studies coming forward in the future. Credits would not be issued for the improvements we're talking about as part of this development agreement. And so the $547,000 payment are seen as access related and would not be eligible for city transportation impact fee credits. So with that, we have representatives from both Pros Lakeland as well as Lakeside Preserve or Pipkin Creek Properties that can answer any specific questions that the commission may have about the individual developments in the plans.
Thank you.
And these were presented together, but they're two separate public hearings. Right, so,
Okay, so we'll take C1. Is there a
You
motion?
have to move to approve.
Second.
And a second. Discussion by commissioners. Questions? Commissioner Reed.
Thank you. There again, I don't have any issues with the zoning per se. The only question I had, has anything changed since Friday? Well, you made some comments about something changed a little bit. Is that, my biggest issue is the taking off the availability of these 6,000 trips. They're getting, after 365 days, if they don't pull a permit, they go away anyway, right?
For pros, not for Lakeside Preserve.
Because the way you explained to me Friday, I understood it, but something has changed since Friday?
What's shown on the screen and just the change of the payment schedule for the Lakeside Preserve payment, so concurrent with instead of prior to. So those were the changes that were discussed on Friday.
Repeat, go against the same, okay.
All right, any other questions or comments? Anybody, members of the audience? Seeing none, this is a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. C2. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
And a second. Discussion by commissioners. Yes, sir.
Exception
Commissioner
to your
Music.
question. Chuck, the improvements that are going to be made to that intersection there, is that something that these developments are helping to increase the timeliness and the whatnot of those improvements?
By providing us with the funding, it gives us the ability to somewhat manage the overall improvements. We get the money in a relatively short time frame, and as part of the approval of the agreements, we're not holding up their approval process.
Okay.
PROS is in for site plan review right now, and Lakeside Preserve is in for subdivision plat review. So the intent here is to streamline that approval process while we get the money and then work directly with the DOT and the county.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, because I attend church right down the street from that, and I will tell you, the benefits that we're all going to see just from that improved turn is something tough on a church day for sure.
And someday, Pipkin Road will open eastbound to Florida Avenue, which will help greatly. And that's been a thing that's been in the background for the past year or so. It's been closed off. And
Someday, that's not.
It's a long time coming, but it will be nice when it's done.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right. I'm sorry. Any other comments by commissioners? Any other comments or questions by members of the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Also unanimously passes. We do not have a community redevelopment agency report. That brings us to our city manager, Sean Charaus, 5A1, or 5A.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have 2 items on the agenda, and then I do have a couple quick verbals, if I may, after. The first item that I have is regarding a recommendation to award bid number 3045 to Strickland Construction to construct a branch library in the Kelly Recreation Center. This project will be to replace the E-Library branch that is currently located at the Lake Miriam Shopping Center. The new branch library at the Kelly Rec Center will house a collection of library materials and seating for the public. The city did go through a request for proposals process. We did receive 5 bid proposals, and the selection committee determined Strickland Construction to be the lowest and most responsive bidder in the amount of $140,948. The fiscal year 23 library public improvement fund will provide some of the funding for the construction project. Construction will occur 15 days after the purchase order has been issued. It's estimated that it will take about 98 calendar days to complete the project. Just last week on Thursday, we were able to negotiate with the current landlord at Lake Miriam the ability to extend the e-library on a month-to-month basis so that it will remain available to the public until this project is completed at the Kelly Recreation Center. And so it's recommended to award the RFP to Strickland Construction and to execute the purchase order in the amount presented.
Motion?
Second.
And a second. Discussion by commissioners?
I
Yes,
just have
Commissioner
a few
Music.
comments. We had talked a little bit about this on Friday. I went back and was talking to a few individuals, and they're actually excited, even though the one lives closer to that, the one that's existing now. And it's just because it's almost like in the retail, it's cross merchandising. There's a lot of stuff already going on at Kelly Rec, so for it to be able to be multi-purpose use is great. So I think it's going to be a good improvement.
Other comments by commissioners? Anybody in the audience or questions? Thank you for your patience on the front row right here, which you've had today. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. I don't hear any hammers. Let's get to work. Thank you. All right. And your verbal, sir. Oh, no, you have change order, sorry.
Yes, sir. The second item that I have is a recommendation regarding change order number 3 with Cobb Site Development and a supplemental with CSX Transportation for the County Line Road at US 92 intersection project. As you heard on Friday, that project is nearing completion. It will provide a second northbound left turn lane, a northbound right turn lane, a sidewalk addition, and reconstruction of the traffic signal at that location. The city is seeking approvals to enter into change order number 3 for the construction contract with Cobb Site Development in the amount of $135,306.71, and enter into the supplemental number 3 with CSX Transportation in the amount of $92,287 that provides for 30 additional days of flagging services at that construction site location. With change order number 3 related to Cobb Site Development, I gave the amount that will revise the total contract with Cobb to the amount of $1,775,917. The supplemental number 3 with CSX Transportation for the additional safety and flagging services that is required will revise that total contract amount with CSX to the amount of $913,922. So it's recommended by staff that the city enter into the change order number 3 with Cobb Site and the supplemental number 3 with CSX Transportation. There is funds available within the transportation fund. However, this project will now require the authorization of a transfer within the fund of $227,593.71 to fund the total cost. And so it's recommended that that we enter into the change order and the supplemental and authorize the transfer of the funds within the transportation fund.
Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. Okay, discussion by commissioners. Yes, Commissioner Madden.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sean. So I just, when I'm looking at these change orders, certainly we're used to them because of supply chain and, you know, everything increasing in cost. My question is, you know, how are we looking at these change orders with regard to the original bids? So, you know, we really went through a lot of time to make a local vendor preference, and there's a threshold at which a local vendor could have a competitive chance, you know, with an out-of-state provider. And when you know that we're going into this period of, you know, inflation and supply chain, I see here that it increases the contract time by 358 days. How are we looking at these change orders, knowing that, yes, we're living in special times, but also comparing them with those original bids to make sure that we're not getting out of, like, that this just doesn't become a normal, we just do change order, so we win the bid and then we don't, we really weren't the most competitive at the beginning, you know, because maybe the other companies would have been, you know, planned for those contingencies a little better.
Yeah, we certainly do go through an evaluation of process for that. As you're aware, many times the projects will have contingencies, you know, built in, but would still require the authorization of the change order when it doesn't match the bids that it was awarded, that it was based on when it was awarded. And so, you know, we do the best we can, as you know and have seen in the times that we're in now, with inflation being what it is, with the increase of fuel prices, labor prices, and the like. It's unfortunate that these went out to bid, and then a lot of those things occurred, which have now, required us to go in to these change orders. It's not, as you know, extremely uncommon, but it's just more common given with inflation and the cost that I've discussed. Staff monitors that. As you know, there's an evaluation process even when there's a selection committee that reviews all that. I think most of the city commissioners have had the opportunity to serve on some of those selection committees now to kind of see how that process is vetted out. There's always that concern of a low bidder with the idea of a change order that comes after the fact. We do the best we can to prevent that from occurring, and are able to compare what we see happening on other projects as kind of a litmus test when we see these increases.
And many of those change orders are unforeseen.
Yes, a lot of times it can be, Mayor, to your point, there can be conditions that occur on site that weren't considered as part of the initial process, but you run into things, you find underground utilities or other issues that you have to then accommodate for.
Other comments by commissioners? Anybody in the audience? Seeing none, this is a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All the same, unanimously passes. Your verbals, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quick, I want to make a couple of an introduction and then an announcement. Recently at a commission meeting, the city was recognized for our support of active duty military and veteran personnel. I had suggested that we would soon be joined by a service member through the International City County Management Association's program, which is called Veterans and Local Government Management Fellowship. And so through that process, we've had someone who has joined us. You can see on the screen a photograph of Sergeant Scott Benton. Sergeant Benton is from Lakeland, went through the school system here locally, is now serving in the intelligence field in the Army at Fort Riley, Kansas. Sergeant Benton will be with us for about 3 months, probably through the end of June to early July. He's been for the past week shadowing Emily and I, meeting some of our staff. We do have several assignments. You've all heard me talk about us having funded in the budget the employee engagement survey. He's going to be helping us with that project. He's also going to compile a report related to some of the city's assets and different options on Rose Street, where we have some development opportunities. And so he's going to work on that report. In addition, we've got an internal training video that we need to create for some internal training. Sergeant Benton's going to be involved in those projects and other assignments as we move through the next several months. So just want to welcome Sergeant Benton, and we're happy to be working with him in this program. He is in the back of the room, and so Sergeant Benton.
Welcome, sir.
We certainly appreciate his service. It's interesting, and he tells a pretty neat story because through the fellowship program, you can receive a veteran or active duty military member from any installation, and they can end up working in any city. But the opportunity arose through a mutual connection that we had. And when he mentioned Lakeland, she was able to say, "Well, I just spoke with the city manager recently at a veterans event," and so we were able to bring him home for this internship opportunity. Thank you. The next announcement that I want to make is related to the conversation about Bill Anderson's retirement, and that will be effective as of Saturday. And so I want to announce that following that retirement and effective on Sunday, I'm going to place our Assistant Utility Director, Mr. David Bahan, in an interim Utility Director position. Mr. Bahan is with us here on the front row. You all know David Bahan well. He is a Lakeland native. He has worked in the plumbing trade since he was in high school with a family business. His father was a former City of Lakeland retired employee as a plumbing inspector, and so David really has the experience of everything from the plumbing all the way up to the large systems that he's so familiar with. He's an engineer. He has worked with the city since 2000. He did leave us for just a brief period, and he went to the city of Winter Winter Haven, where he was the utility director there before coming back to Lakeland in 2019, and he served in the assistant director capacity since then. So I'm excited for things ahead for Mr. Bahan and for the water utility. He will do a great job, I'm sure, and this interim assignment will be with the possibility of then becoming the permanent when the time is appropriate, and we've both had an opportunity to experience that. So just for the public, for the commission, and for the organization, just so everybody will know that Mr. Bahan will be the interim utility director effective on Sunday.
We're so grateful for your availability.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's why it's good to have a deep team, sir. That brings us back to City Attorney 681.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Several ordinances for first reading. These will be read by title only this morning. We'll come back for a public hearing and consideration of adoption on April 17th. The first is proposed ordinance number 23-015, an ordinance relating to zoning, making findings, approving a conditional use to establish a new child daycare facility on property located at 1350 East Main Street, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
First reading.
First reading.
So sorry.
She's ready for the next meeting, though.
Next is proposed ordinance number 23-016, an ordinance relating to zoning, making findings, approving a conditional use to recognize an existing used car dealership and allow for the expansion of the vehicle parking storage area on property located at 1200 West Memorial Boulevard, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date. Next is proposed ordinance number 23-017, an ordinance relating to zoning, making findings, amending ordinance 5456 to modify an existing conditional use to allow for the expansion of an existing bar into ground floor retail space on property located at 201 East Main Street, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date. And last is proposed ordinance number 23-018, an ordinance relating to zoning, making findings, providing for a change in zoning from C1 pedestrian commercial to MF22 multifamily residential on approximately 0.82 acres located at 401 West Peachtree Street, providing conditions, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date. And once again, those will come back for a public hearing and consideration of adoption on April 17th. We have one resolution for action this morning relating to lots cleaning and clearing. That is proposed resolution number 23-018. A resolution relating to assessments, determining the necessity for having cleaned and cleared certain properties within the city of Lakeland, providing for the assessment of liens against such property for expenses incurred in the cleaning and clearing thereof, providing an effective date.
Is there a motion to approve?
Move for approval.
And a second?
Second.
Discussion by commissioners. Any discussion or questions by members of the audience? Seeing none, this will be a roll call vote. Commissioner Simmons.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Yes.
Aye.
Unanimously passes.
We have one miscellaneous report under city attorney that was not on consent agenda this morning, and that is a proposed agreement with ADS Environmental Services in the amount of $315,900 for the purchase of 30 flow monitors to be installed within the city's wastewater collection system. As you heard Bill Anderson in his presentation this morning, the city is undertaking a wastewater master plan study. And that study has, through its computer modeling, identified some capacity constraints in the city's wastewater collection system. These flow monitors will help the city to verify whether those the predicted capacity constraints actually exist within the system, and then support further improvements to address those constraints. Again, this is for $315,900 with ADS Environmental Services. This is being recommended to you as a sole source purchase because the city already is using ADS flow monitors within its collection system, so we need to stick with them for compatibility purposes, integration purposes. This purchase is included in wastewater's FY 2023 budget and is recommended for your approval.
Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
And a second?
Second.
All right, discussion by commissioners? Any by the audience? This is a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. That ends your section, sir. That brings us to the utilities section. And that brings up our Assistant City Attorney, Ramona Siriani, who is up there at the dais for item 8C1.
Good afternoon. Ramona Siriani for the City Attorney's Office. The first item under the utility portion of the agenda that we have is an agreement with Rayco Industrial. This is for the installation of pre-engineered buildings for the McIntosh Reciprocating Engine Project, or also known as the RICE project. If you recall, the City Commission previously approved back in March of 2022 the pre-engineered building, prefab and design with Patterson Horth. Those pre-engineered buildings are now on site, and so now we are seeking approval of a contractor to do those installations for the two buildings. The first building is going to be housing the 6 RICE engines, and then the second building will serve to house the switchgear, the motor control center, and other equipment necessary for the RICE project. In January 2023, the purchasing department went out for bid. The city only received one bid response, and that was from Rayco Industrial, Inc. City staff evaluated that bid along with its consulting engineer for the project, Sargent and Lundy, and based on the review of the bid, they found that Rayco had a complete response, were able to meet the project schedule, had the experience and the ability to provide the services in accordance with the city's bid documents and requirements. Upon your approval, the city will issue a purchase order for work to begin in April of 2023, and the anticipated completion date of that installation is July 2023. The total initial bid price was $2,029,818. That bid did also include some optional pricing that the city could choose to add to the overall project, and that included the installation of the roof, the south wall, west wall siding, liner, and insulation. So that brings the total purchase cost to $2,307,218. That is included in Lakeland Electric's budget for the RICE project, which is funded through the city's energy system revenue bond that was previously approved by the commission. This received a unanimous favorable recommendation from the utility committee on Friday, and we'd ask for your favorable approval.
Move for approval.
And a second?
There's a motion and a second. Discussion by commissioners. Again, as we discussed at the utility committee, all 3 of these have been approved. Okay, any discussion or questions by the audience? Seeing none, voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes.
The second item that we have is an agreement with Distrans Steel LLC. This is, again, another agreement related to the overall RICE project. This is specifically for a purchase of a transmission line, dead-end structure, and protection mask for the RICE project. The dead-end structure will allow for the placement of a disconnect switch to locally isolate the plant from the transmission line, and the mast provides for lightning protection above the plant side substation where it connects to the step-up transformer. Both are necessary for transformer maintenance as well as the safety of personnel at the plant. In February of 2023, the city's purchasing department issued an invitation to bid. The city received responses from 3 contractors. The low bid contractor, which came in at $27,478.38, actually was deemed unresponsive. They failed to meet all the terms and conditions, and some of the requirements were not included in the bid, and failed to actually bid the mast structure component of the project. Based on a review with city staff as well as Sargent and Lundy, our consulting engineer on the project, Distrans Steel was found to be the most responsible low bid at $49,534. The bid submitted by Distrans, however, was only guaranteed for a period of 10 days. And so that actually increased the bid price to $59,717. But still, in reviewing the bids, it still was the low bid when compared with the third bidder, which was Valmat, that came in at $65,341.97. Upon your approval, the structures are scheduled to be delivered in November of 2023. and then they will be installed by a separate contractor pursuant to another bid. The design, manufacture, and ship, Distran will design, manufacture, and ship the equipment. So again, the total cost is $59,717. This is included, it is recommended for your approval. It's included as part of the overall RICE project budget, and that also is funded by the bond issuance of the city's energy system revenue bond. It received unanimous favorable approval at Friday's utility committee, and we'd ask for your favorable recommendation.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve in a second?
Second.
All right. Discussion by commissioners? Questions? Any comments or questions? Discussion by the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes.
Okay, the last item that we have is the long-term maintenance agreement with Man Energy Solutions USA. This is for the RICE project as well. If you recall, back in September of 2021, the City Commission approved the purchase of 6 RICE engines for the McIntosh Power Plant. As the original equipment manufacturer, we're now asking for approval with a long-term maintenance agreement with MAN. This would cover all the specified maintenance services related to the engines, the supplies, extra work, which may be requested by the city from MAN, as well as other related parts and engineering services to ensure that these engines receive proper maintenance and support. The arrival of the engines is anticipated to occur in August of 2023. The term of the long-term maintenance agreement would go into effect as of April 3rd upon your approval, and would remain in effect for approximately a period of 10 years. The earlier of which a period of 10 years, or if those engines reach their maximum running hours and maintenance services prior to that 10-year period, the amount of runtime on the engines, that's 15,000 hours of runtime over the life of each engine, for a total of 90,000 run hours for all 6 engines. One of the important components, I think, of this long-term maintenance agreement as well, as even though we have a 10-year contract term, we felt that it was important to have an off-ramp for the city at some point during the 10-year period. If the city commission sought to, or for any reason we needed to terminate that agreement for any reason, the city has the ability to do that to ensure that this contract remains competitive throughout the term. In the event that the city would seek to terminate the agreement, they would provide 180 days prior written notice to do so, and would be responsible for paying for all of the fees incurred for work up to that point, as well as an amount equivalent to 50% of the contract fees paid for a 1-year term for the balance of plant services. Another important component, what we wanted to include a number of provisions in here that provide for protections that were built into the contract to ensure we mitigate the risk and liability to the city. And I just wanted to go through and highlight some of those terms and conditions. With regard to delivery of all the covered parts that we'll be receiving, MAN bears the risk of loss in transit, and we don't until we take possession and control of those at the plant. So we have no liability if something happens in transit for those items. MAN would be responsible for that. We also have ensured that MAN is required to maintain general liability insurance for bodily injury and or property damage in the amount of $5 million for each occurrence, as well as workers' compensation, employers' liability, and automobile liability in accordance with the statutory limits. MAN will also be required to provide a performance bond as required by Florida statute, which will be a $1 million performance bond per year that will be renewed annually during the course of the contract for the 10-year term, or $10 million total. Due to the importance, again, of making sure the covered plan service occurs timely, we've built in a liquidated damages clause in the contract as well, where MAN would be required to pay the city liquidated damages in the amount of $1,100 per day for each day of delay. The maximum liability for liquidated damages for any one-year contract is 5% of the total monthly contract fees. There also is warranty provisions that are contained in this as well. For covered planned parts for the engines, that's 18-month warranty from the date of delivery, and then there's a 12-month warranty that accompanies that for the actual services conducted for those engines. MAN is also required to indemnify and hold harmless the city for any claims, damages, or losses or bodily injury or death arising out of MAN or any of its subcontractors' negligent performance during the term of the contract. The total contract price for equipment, parts, and related services is $12,042,700.98. That's based on current pricing and the currency exchange. The amounts that are included in your agenda packet were based on the conversion rate as of March 22nd, 2023. I checked that conversion rate to date. Today, it's €1 equal to $1.09, so it's gone up a penny. That would be the difference. The contract fees that are specified that MAN gave us in the contract are valid for 2023, but subject to an upward adjustment on a biannual basis on January 1st and July 1st, 2024, and subsequent years beyond that, in accordance with an escalation formula that's based on various indices for those parts. As it relates to the engines and the engine service, the maintenance for the engines is based on an estimated 1,500 run hours per engine per year, or 15,000 hours per engine over the 10-year contract period. Parts for the engines that, because they're supplied by MAN, they are priced in euros, and then the services related to those would be priced in dollars because the service component, Prime Serve Center, which is a maintenance arm of MAN, will be doing all the services, and they are located in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The currency exchange will be in effect as of the invoice issuance date. So that's the date that the currency exchange will actually be locked in. The balance of the plant, those are the maintenance services for the remainder of the plant, which are charged on a monthly basis. Parts will be supplied by MAN. Again, those are priced in euros, and then the related services, which will be again conducted by Prime Serve in Fort Lauderdale, those are all priced in US dollars. I think I mentioned earlier, the performance security or the performance bond, that cost has been included in the contract, and it is a $20,000 per year cost to the city, or $200,000 total cost over the 10-year contract term. One of the other components of this contract, not really related to the maintenance services, but to procure additional tools and spare parts, the decision was made to actually have that included in this part of the contract because we were able to retain a cost savings. If we would have waited, there was a cost increase that would go into effect in September. So we are also asking for the purchase of a variety of tool and spare parts. The initial tools include the remainder of the tooling required to maintain the engine and auxiliaries. The cost of the tooling, including delivery, is $244,911.74. The safety and the spare parts are additional parts that are needed for the maintenance, and those total $607,788.78. The swing part sets, which also are needed during maintenance intervals, and to have those spare parts in order to reduce long lead times and to have them readily available, those total $1,588,388.96. In addition, staff is also recommending approval of $1 million contingency, which should cover all the customs and customs duties which are not included in these costs. This to let the commission know that the city will actually be working with a broker who will receive those parts. It was more cost-effective to do it that way than have man take responsibility for the customs, and that would be based on a percentage price of the total of what we're ordering in parts, and we estimate the customs duties to be approximately $20,000 to $30,000. But we feel that the $1 million contingency that we're asking for will cover any issues as we go forward in terms of increasing exchange rates and that. So the total cost of the contract is $13,042,700.98. The funding for the tools is included in Lakeland Electric's RICE project budget, which was previously approved by the City Commission as part of the bond issuance. And then the cost of the long-term maintenance agreement for the RICE generators has been included as part of Lakeland Electric's 10-year capital budget. Delivery, as I said, is anticipated for the engines to occur in August 2023, and we are looking forward to commercial operation of the entire facility to occur in the fall of 2024. This received unanimous favorable approval by the Utility Committee at Friday's meeting. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you so much to David Holdner, who worked tirelessly on this contract with me, and to Mike Beckham and all the Lakeland Electric staff that worked so hard to put this contract together.
Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second?
And a second, discussion by commissioners. Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ramona, David. This was, you can tell, no easy lift to put this together. Question about the contract term. Is the 10-year or the number of run hours per engine, is that standard for what man does? And then after that 10 years, would we likely look to renew?
I think it would be, 10 years, long-term maintenance contracts can actually be longer as well, but both parties agreed on the front end that the 10-year term was reasonable based on what we were estimating when we looked at what the run hours of the engines would be. There is opportunity there at some point to negotiate an extension of that contract, but again, if we were to do something like that and the engines had already reached the maximum run hours, that would be a pretty comprehensive renegotiation because we'd already reached that, so the pricing and the other structures would have to be renegotiated. But there is that option in the contract to do that.
Commissioner McCarley.
I was just going to say, so we talked about it extensively on Friday, and that question came up. So I don't know, Mayor, if you want to say the run hours are not 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it's also a shorter time frame of run hours. And I just wanted to highlight that because we had a discussion. I don't know if you want to add anything else, Ramona or Dave.
Yeah, that's true, and also an important point of this, when we receive the engines, any testing that's done on the engines, those hours wouldn't count, and I think David mentioned that as well on Friday. Those hours don't count towards the total run hours. It's just when we reach commercial operation. But David's here as our technical expert, and he can certainly answer any specific
And they pool also,
question.
as they're considered. You might want, by the way, just to put this in context for you, that was a simple overview of the contract. And this is on the 6 reciprocating internal combustion engines that we're going to build that replace the coal plant. So this is very important to you, but these are the complications underneath. This is just the maintenance and warranty side contract over the engines that are getting. And those engines, each engine weighs 780,000 pounds and has 18 cylinders, each engine. And there's 6 of them. So it's immensely complicated. So with that.
Thank you very much. David Holdener, Power Plant Construction Manager. Just like Ramona said, the reason why we went with a 10-year negotiation was because, long-term, the amount that they would have to escalate the prices, going out that far would not be productive to us. And we felt it was better just to renegotiate it. Plus, the other part, the estimate to run the engines around 1,500 hours per year is an estimate by our power pool, and they're working with, the other people in the FMPA that talks about that, and they're saying based on the conditions, this is what we estimate they run. We could run more, or we could run less. Oops, sorry. And if we run less, that's where we have the option where we extend the contract out to 12 years. If we run more, that's where we have the option to renegotiate the contract earlier. Okay, and the part of the reason for that is that, if you look at the time frame, the 15,000 hours, the first major maintenance on these engines, which is very costly, is at 24,000 hours on the engines. And so when we pulled back from the 3,000 hours per year to the 1,500 hours per year, we pulled that 24,000 hour maintenance interval up, which reduced the cost by $8 million. So that's when we did this.
Could you also comment on parts?
Yeah. So the parts that Ramona talked about, we have what they call them safety spares, and these are spare parts when you go to work on a piece of equipment or something. You have your spare parts. Let's say, just for example, you're going to change out a transmission. Okay, well, these are the incidental parts that you may need while you're getting into the transmission. You may find some other things, and so these are parts that we'll have on hand. Since the parts would have to come from Germany, this will give us instant accessibility to that so we can restore the engine. And then the other parts, which are called the swing set, these are actually the 18-cylinder heads, a turbocharger shaft, and some major pumps that we would have. And again, it's a long lead time to get the parts in. And at our 6,000-hour maintenance interval, which will happen, in 4 years, we actually have to change out some of the heads for inspection purposes. And if we had to wait, we would have a delay in our outages of 4 to 6 weeks per engine just to cycle those parts through. This here gives us the advantage of we take the heads off, we put new heads on, we start the engine back up, then we do our inspection. Is why we do that way. And if we have a failure, knock on wood, if we have a failure, this also gives us the ability to restore faster because we have the parts on hand instead of waiting for them to come from Germany.
Okay, Commissioner Madden.
Thank you. That was my question. And I apologize, you might have spoken about this on Friday. I know that MAN has had a presence in the U.S. out of Houston, Texas for their cruise ship. But this, if my memory serves me correct, was the first installation for a power plant in the United States. So when you're talking about Euros and you're talking about long lead times for parts coming from Germany, are they, do they see growth in the United States for more of these RICE engines and power plants? I'm just curious about a 10-year contract with a company who might not have a secure presence. Like, are they moving to Fort Lauderdale just so they can service us? Or I'm hopeful that they have other opportunities to add these RICE engines in other power plants.
Great question. They have been, their presence have been in Fort Lauderdale for a very long time. MAN has been serving the islands and North or Central and South America out of the Fort Lauderdale office for a very long time. I don't know what that exact time is, but I know they've been here for a long time. The other competitor, Wärtsilä, has been successful in putting more plants in the United States. MAN actually has another one in North America. It's a nickel mine up in Canada that they put in some units. They recently got commissioned last year. And we, excuse me, we happen to be their first commercial power plant here in the continental United States. They are looking to continue with this here. They have bid many projects. Most recently, they bid the one at TECO. I can't remember if that one's been awarded to Wärtsilä or whether or not they're still in negotiation, but they are looking actively to grow this business. From the plants that are going in and dealing with Sergeant Lundy, the RICE engines right now happen to be the best solution to go in to help support the solar plants that are being put in because of the response, because of their heat rate, and because of their how well they and how fast they start. So I think they're looking to come and grow, not just a once and done.
And has Wärtsilä done as much with the experimentation of the integration of hydrogen?
They have. Wärtsilä, as a matter of fact, just last week there was a notice that they completed a test. I want to say it was up in the Northeast where they have successfully ran their engine with 25% hydrogen. With these units here having the ability to run to 30% hydrogen, 5% immediately. We've actually talked with one of the gas suppliers here locally about supplying 5% hydrogen and how we could possibly do that and blend that in there. We've already touched base with MAN that we could do that with absolutely no modification to the 5%. If we go to the 25 or 30%, there's some modifications that we have to do because of some of the hardware that supplies the gas and stuff. The roadblock that you get into on the hydrogen, though, it is still expensive. Hydrogen, even though it's the most abundant element in the world, it's one of the hardest things to make. So.
Thanks.
All right, another day. Any other comments by commissioners? Any questions or comments by the audience on that one? All right, this is a voice vote, even though it's $13 million. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. Thank you very much for that, and we appreciate the work that's been done, and we know it's immensely complex. So, and we're all the beneficiaries of it as soon as it gets done. All right, that brings us then to the opportunity for any mayor or any audience comments. And so I am grateful for the patience exhibited by the people that didn't get timeout. That's not a green tag for timeout. From our peace members who have decided to come in. I have 8 people listed as speakers. And the first one on here is Fred Kaler. And so if you would like to come on up. Okay, don't need to speak. Joanna, do you want to do this? Sure, come on up front and start with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to say good morning, but now we're good afternoon, aren't we? I looked at my watch. Whoa. Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Joanna Lanena, and I am a member of First Presbyterian Church and also on the Board of Directors for Peace. So it's good to see you guys again. I stand here representing 28 now congregations across Polk County. That's probably approximately 25,000 of our fellow citizens. And I will be brief and promise you that nothing I'm asking for will require money. So there's that. We want every department in Polk County, beginning here in Lakeland, to issue alternatives to arrests for driving-related offenses, which no department is currently doing. We are not talking about traffic offenses from DUIs, reckless driving, leaving the scene of an accident, or any other criminal driving offense involving a crash. We're talking about victimless driving offenses. We are simply talking about minor driving offenses, often related to unpaid fines or fees. Most people arrested for driving on a suspended license are not reckless drivers or a threat to our community. Please note, the Department of Highway Motor Vehicles provided us a letter confirming that current Florida statute already authorizes local law enforcement the discretion to offer pre-arrest diversion for driving offenses. And based on how the current pre-arrest diversion program is written here in Polk County, it seems to allow also for driving offenses, minor driving offenses. The problem is LPD current policy explicitly states that they will go ahead and issue a pre-arrest diversion for some offenses, but they will not for driving, minor driving offenses like we're talking about here today. LPD currently issues a lot of what we call NTAs, which are notice to appears for minor offenses, which is better than being obviously hauled off to jail on the scene. But the problem with the alternative of an NTA is that it still creates a permanent criminal record, which brands people for life, affecting their ability to rent, sometimes to get loans, other things like that. So what this shows us is this: these people are not a threat to our community. We just need LPD to make a minor change in their process so these people are not branded for life with a criminal record. We want second chances for minor offenses, and we are asking you, Commission, to play a part by seeing Lakeland as the first city in Polk County to issue pre-arrest diversion for offenses like this. So we are asking explicitly the City Commission to encourage Chief Sam Taylor to meet with us so that we can work on a plan to offer alternatives to arrest for minor offenses, including these driving offenses. We also want you to encourage him that this pre-arrest diversion program is something you want to see implemented in Lakeland. Thank you.
That's pretty good. Do you have some other people who would like to speak? Then whoever wants to come up next, you kind of do your own protocol, please. Thank you, and just state your name, please.
Kristen Hathcock. Good morning to my dear friend Mayor Mutz and to this esteemed commission panel. My name is Dr. Kristen Hathcock. I am a consultant and criminal justice researcher and member of First Chapel AME. I am also a member of PEACE. When State Attorney Haas, also my dear good friend, implemented Polk County's first adult pre-arrest diversion program in 2019, he said this in the Lakeland Ledger. A first-time offender is a non-violent offense. It would be better off having them being put on track to be a productive member of society. It allows us to best serve our citizens and deal with these cases in an efficient way. We want to keep the courts to the more serious violations and repeat offenders. We couldn't agree more. Each one of these arrests means huge costs at the taxpayer's expense. Costs for keeping them in jail, costs for court and associated programs after the arrest. Most remarkably, when someone is arrested, we as taxpayers are paying to both prosecute them and defend them if they use a public defender. That's hours of time and hundreds of dollars per arrestee being used to prosecute minor offenses like driving with a suspended license for unpaid fines instead of using that time towards addressing the more serious criminals that are threatening our community's public safety. The good news is that we have a solution: pre-arrest diversion. This program holds people accountable without branding them for life with a criminal record. Studies show that pre-arrest diversion save money as much as $4,300 per person. And it also reduces the rate of offending from 40% if they were arrested to 6% if they're offered diversion. It's clear to us that a pre-arrest diversion program just makes sense. We want second chances for minor offenses, and we're asking you all humbly to play a part by seeing Lakeland as the first city in Polk County to issue pre-arrest diversion for offenses such as this. We would like City Commission to encourage Chief Sammy Taylor to meet with us so that we can work on a plan to offer alternatives to arrest for minor offenses, including driving offenses. We also want to encourage him that this pre-arrest diversion program is something you want to see implemented here in Lakeland. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Next.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you all. My name is Ben Turner. I'm the lead pastor of Strong Tower Church here in Lakeland. I also serve on the executive team of Peace and the former co-chair of the board. I will not repeat what has already been said because many of us have the same things to say, but I'll summarize it as what we want is to see the existing pre-arrest diversion program at LPD to be expanded to include these minor driving offenses. I was in the meetings that we've had already with the chief, and I felt that they went pretty well, and then suddenly he has declined to continue meeting with us. And so we have come to you today basically to say, would you encourage him to continue meeting with us? I believe Chief Taylor is a good man who wants to do good in our community. We really believe that, and so we're asking that you would encourage him to continue the conversations with us so that we can find a helpful solution that we can all agree on. So if you would do that, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Debbie Jeffers. I'm a member of First Missionary Baptist Church and also a Peace member. And thank you, Mayor Mutz and esteemed commissioners, attorneys, managers, clerk, directors. Begin with the end in mind. Yes, we want to resume our meetings with Chief Taylor to discuss exactly working out the kinks. I just want you to imagine for a minute that you have a son and he's married, his wife, he's supporting his wife, and he's supporting their 2 kids. And they are renting, very expensive rents, and have a pretty big car note. And being a recent transplant in the last 7 years from DC, where we had lots of light rail and mass transportation, cars are king here. So the love affair with cars and the temptation to drive even when there are issues is very strong. Imagine that this son of yours had speeding tickets, tolls that maybe he didn't pay, and had expired tags, was pulled over by an officer, and subsequently the license was suspended and was arrested. Yes, you could say that people shouldn't allow cumulative fines and fees, etc., to take place. But when you have money, you're able to take care of those things. But he had no money. Imagine that this son of yours didn't have money. This was the experience of one of our congregational members. Was his poverty a reason, a rationale to be arrested? Was it that his offenses were that serious, that one who could pay did not have to be arrested, but because he didn't, he was? Is this the only way that we feel we can take care of restitution? He went to jail. He stayed a whole day in jail. He had to go back to court, provide proof of payments of all of his insurances, registrations, and fines. It was thousands of dollars for him, someone who was already on the edge. Do you all know people, even maybe young family members, old family members who are on the edge? Just something like that. He had to borrow money from his family members. And his insurance increased to about $300 a month or more. People drive on suspended licenses. I can't judge them or speak to why. I know that, though, if they don't make it to work, they lose the jobs. They drain our social networks and systems, unemployment, welfare. We pay a cost, one way or the other. And so these second chances that we're talking about, minor, first-time, nonviolent offenses, we're not asking that they go scot-free. We're just asking that our police departments meet with us and let them help us decide what are appropriate pre-arrest diversions that they pay their dues to society while still are viable members of the society. When we lift the poor up, we lift everyone up. And so when peace shows up, I stood before you to be seen, I spoke to be heard, now I'm going to sit down to be appreciated.
Thank you. Next. So the takeaway, go ahead. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Sylvia Meyer, and I attend St. Stephen's Episcopal Church. And I'd like to share a few testimonies that we have from several of the congregations. Their brother was once arrested for driving on suspended license. He never got a notice in the mail. He got pulled over on the way to work and got arrested because his license was suspended for a ticket on his car when his friend had it. Their son one night wanted to go to Wendy's at 12 when he was 18. He drove there and didn't make a full stop at a stop sign. An officer pulled him over and he wasn't driving with his license. They arrested him. He was branded for life with a criminal record for a childish mistake. Their cousin came to visit them, who was homeless and living in his car. He had a seizure disability and is unable to work. He was arrested in Polk County for driving without his current license tags. He spent a week in jail and had hundreds of dollars in fines and costs. He was arrested for being poor. A member was riding his bike one day and cops pulled him over because they said he looked like someone they were looking for. After pulling up his information, they found out he did have a warrant out for his arrest. He spent 3 days in jail because of tickets that were unpaid, but really, they were just never processed. The payments were not processed. 20 years later, it still shows out on his record. Their grandson was 19 and he got stopped because he didn't stop at a light. They arrested him for driving without proof of insurance. He got over $1,000 in tickets on top of it. It costs a lot of money to deal with bail, $200 to tow his car and other fees. And now he's branded for life with an arrest record. We want second chances for minor offenses. Please encourage Chief Sammy Taylor to meet with us so that we can work on a plan to offer alternatives to arrest for minor offenses, including driving offenses. We also want you to encourage him that this pre-arrest diversion program is something you want to see implemented in Lakeland. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another speaker? All right, so the overview of what we hear is that you had earlier conversations, and then I'll let the city manager kind of wrap this, I think, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I can if you'd like me to.
And that they have stymied, and that there are interests in renewing those conversations. And so you can take it from there.
So I had an opportunity, Chief Taylor brought this to my attention, and we've had an opportunity to discuss it. Chief Taylor has met with some of the folks from Peace on 3 different occasions, has provided information that has been requested, and the conversation now is just kind of recurring. And so continuing to have additional meetings on the same subject matter, it seems somewhat unproductive, especially given what has been provided to me, which is that for the diversion programs, and we do have many, and there have been hundreds that have been diverted, but there is a list of misdemeanor offenses that District 10 has agreed to. And so it does require, I'm told by the police department, per the Florida statute, that it has to be, diversion programs has to be in agreement and partnership with the state attorney's office. The misdemeanor offenses that are eligible today for the diversion program are those offenses that were agreed to with the state attorney's office in District 10 previously back in 2019. So it's been since that time that our diversion program has been eligible or available. And so it seems to me like, and I know that Chief has had conversations with the state attorney's office, but I think that's what we have to overcome to be able to consider adding this to the list of other misdemeanor offenses that can have or be eligible for a diversion program.
So let me just, for sake of argument or discussion, let me see if I understand what you're saying. So there's a list that's acceptable at the state level that then District 10 may not have fully adopted of things that can be misdemeanors?
I can't speak to the list at the state level, but I can speak to the offenses that have been agreed to at District 10.
Okay. Which would mean then that we would be waiting really for Brian Haas's ability to say it's these things if it were to be expanded. Otherwise, everything that we have agreed to as of 2019, we're implementing and doing?
Yes.
Okay. So, therefore, our Chief Taylor would really say, my hands are tied until that list is larger, and that's not at his decision-making level?
That's right.
We're having this discussion like a family meeting. I apologize for it, but so if that's the basis and real, then we really need to go to the state attorney's level in terms of visiting this for expansion, if possible, for those items, if we're not enacting them, it would seem. Correct?
Correct.
I'm not trying to lead a witness here. I'm just making certain that we're at least having the right discussion. And that Chief Taylor is amenable to implementing whatever the district will do. So probably I think that's what we need to work on next. And maybe having a follow-up meeting with Chief Taylor to make certain that that's the case and what's there and what's not there. Yes, sure, come on back up. We're a little out of our lane here, so, okay.
I get it. Thank you, Mr. Shuras. I just wanted to clarify, we're not saying we haven't met with him. You're right, we have met with him several times, and the most recent request that we made, he was not interested in meeting with us any further at that point. We want to keep the communication lines open, and I want to reemphasize that the DMV has said that local jurisdictions, local law enforcement have the discretion, okay, to add these minor driving offenses to the list. And that's kind of what and we've discussed it with him, but we agree with you, and we're not disagreeing with anything really that you said in particular. We want to keep the communication lines open. What we don't want is communication to shut down So we want to be able to and be encouraging of him to please continue and meet with us so we can clarify what we want as he's learning new things, sharing that with us. As we're understanding things better, sharing that with him. We want to keep those communication lines open, and we really want this particular item because DMV has said very clearly, yes, we can add this to the list. Absolutely. We don't have to go through a change of statute or anything like that. We can add it. And there's other counties actually in Florida that already are doing it. So just want to clarify
So
that.
then it's a matter of our district.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so again, I'm not stating that it's a requirement to change the law, but it doesn't change the requirement that you have agreement with your district state attorney's office. And that's where I think we've not been able to achieve that.
Got it.
And so, Mr. Mayor, if I could, just to add to that, you know, if there are new questions, if there's requests for new information that we can provide, we're certainly amenable to do that. I know the chief would, but if we're just answering the same questions, having the same repetitive discussions, that doesn't seem to be going anywhere. It's not very productive. So I would just suggest that, and I know we've done this on other items that Peace has brought forward. If they have new questions that they would like to submit to us, we'll be happy to have Chief Taylor answer those.
Okay.
Deputy Jeffers, I agree with Sister Lynetta that we want to keep the lines of communication open. One of the first meetings that we had with Lakeland PD, Chief Taylor had not been formally installed as a chief at that time. Things were in transition. And at that time, we were surprised because for the top leadership there, they didn't know about state attorney. Nothing had been communicated down to them, or that was the impression that we got about pre-arrest diversions, second chance for adults, which had been extremely successful for youth. And so the second meeting that we had with them, suddenly we see a policy that was from 2019 that had never been mentioned to us before with an updated date, a day or two before we met with them. So we just have, now we want to digest that policy and have further questions and dialogue.
Okay, so.
And just to provide further context about that, District 10 and Lakeland Police Department have provided as an allowance for the diversion programs are failure to redeliver, which is a rent-to-own, type scenario, worthless checks, petty theft, possession of cannabis resin, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of cannabis, and illegal dumping. Those are the items that are the misdemeanor offenses that we have a program in agreement and partnered with the State Attorney's Office, District 10, to allow for the diversion.
So nothing in this whole area of licensing and suspended license, insurance?
Violation.
Yeah, traffic violations, right? Okay. So we have an opportunity for communication to take place, and we need to vet two things. We need to have an opportunity for us to find out what it is our state attorney wants to be doing, or if it can be expanded, and then seeing how our local LPD can implement those things, correct?
Sure, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you very, very much for your time. Is there any?
I've got a question.
Yes,
If I may,
sir.
and I'm sure it's directed to Palmer. Is that something that would come before the city commission?
I mean, that's something that would be an LPD policy in conjunction with the state attorney's office. I mean, we need to look at it
We would not be
more.
involved in the decision-making of that?
Sorry?
The city commission would not be involved?
I mean, certainly you can provide your input into it, sure.
I think our preference would be that they work it out departmentally, which is where I think you're headed.
Right.
And-
Just want to know, was it something mandatory that we would be involved in, but it's not, obviously.
So the purpose of their coming today, requesting to come today, was to bring it to public notice, not necessarily that they assume it's going to be through us.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything else on that? All right, are there any other audience participation unrelated to what we've just discussed that anyone else would like to talk about on any topic that they'd like to bring up? Seeing none, then we go through our commissioner comments. So we'll start with Commissioner McLeod.
Very briefly, thank you to Sun and Fun staff, airport staff, city staff, public safety, everyone who was involved over the past week and weekend. Heard from a number of residents, as I'm sure my colleagues did as well, who were just appreciative and had a great experience, loved seeing the Blue Angels in town, and I know there's a ton of work that goes into that and making that a successful event. So we thank you.
Yeah, I had a good time out there. I hope all you had an opportunity to attend, but the show was great. I think we had record crowds, and the way it looks like it's going to be very good for financial reward for the school out there.
By the way, thank you all for your time. Appreciate it very much. Do you have anything, Commissioner Mann?
No, we're just on our way to Tallahassee.
Yes, we have a crew of people leaving to go to Tallahassee and trying to get done to do that. I would echo, though, the Sun and Fun was remarkable this year. And when you think about the money that's raised for students, it's just a wonderful privilege to pay for the ticket. I have to tell myself that a little bit because I took quite a few people from our family out there. but what we are able to see, and the weather that we had, and the enthusiasm of patrons and pilots is just remarkable. And so it's so easy to start to take those things for granted. That was the 49th, but next year will be the 50th. And so that'll be, I'm sure, as Gene Conrad has his second year as president, an excellent event now that he has one under his belt. Wi-Fi was wonderful and parking was wonderful. So it doesn't mean that they were close, but they were able to handle it. So, and when Pipkin is fully open, it'll be really nice, because we had to do some Pipkin maneuvers around it. Commissioner McCarley.
So we are going to Tallahassee for legislative session, which will be super fun to lobby on behalf of the city of Lakeland and make sure that the state doesn't try to preempt us on every little detail known to man. The other thing, speaking of students at Sun and Fun and how that fundraising helps so many of our young people here locally, Sergeant Benton, who we just met through the Veterans Program, is an alumni of the Randy Roberts Foundation Congressional Classroom. So I met Sergeant Benton before, when he was just little Scotty Benton from LCS, and so he went with me to Tallahassee, actually to our Capital Classroom program and our Congressional Classroom program, so I'm thrilled that he's here. The mission of our foundation is cultivating Florida's future leaders. So when people come back to Florida, if they leave to go work somewhere or have a career and then come back to our home state, we avoid brain drain. So I'm excited that he's here. I'm excited that that connection happened in Kansas, I think, for him to be able to come back. So I'm really proud of him and his public service. That's one of the things that we work to do in our foundation. And I take a group, not only am I going to Tallahassee today with my commission friends, I'm going next week with 14 high school students for an overnight trip to learn about the legislative session then as well.
Great, thank you for doing that so much. Yes, Commissioner Music. And Commissioner Simmons.
I've actually got something I'd like to share with the City Commission. It's pertaining to the growth in Lakeland. I kind of jotted down something so I wouldn't be too long. But basically, it reads, the City of Lakeland continues to experience unprecedented growth with the distinction of being recognized as one of the fastest growing areas in the nation. I believe that it behooves us to devise a tool that monitors the pace of growth that we're experiencing. I would like to see a tool in the form of a quarterly report that identifies all major commercial and residential projects that are currently underway and those that would be potentially underway within the span of 1 year. Within the quarterly report, I would also like to see the number of building permits generated geographically. The report should provide both current and cumulative data. The base year could be the first quarter of this year, 2023. I believe such information would be not only beneficial to me, but potentially beneficial to the commission. And basically, all I'm saying is that we get a quarter report that shows how we're progressing. As we continue to grow, we can kind of get a pulse on the pace of that growth. And I'm sure most of this data, Sean, I'm sure it's retrievable from your computers. You probably have to do some massaging, some tweaking, but I'm sure we could get that, and that's something that we could all kind of gauge on a quarterly basis to kind of see where the trend is. Also might be able to see when that comes a point where decline starts to happen. When we're no longer growing at the pace that we're growing at now. That's something I'd like to see. And you and me, as I say, it may be helpful to all of us.
Sure. All right, anything else, sir?
That's all I've got.
All right, so, get back on that?
Let me work with staff. I know we've had reports somewhat similar to that previously, but we were also under different systems down in community development. But I'm sure we can devise something that would satisfy that request and provide that type of information.
And maybe give an initial list of some of the parameters and then see if those are the ones he's wanting to hit.
We recently
It shouldn't be limited, my parameters. If you all think that there are some other parameters that you would like to see included, certainly that should also be directed to Sean.
Gotcha, perfect. Maybe so, let us all.
We'll work on it and report back.
Do you have anything, sir, that you'd like to add? No. And Mr. Davis, no? That was a no. And Mr. Trout?
No, thank you.
And Mr. Brossart, anything? No. All right, then we are adjourned. Thank you.